5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris picks up a new endorsement and a major drug bust on the city's south side. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day, mostly sunny, a high near 95, tonight's low near 72. Right now, 70 degrees. On a campaign stop in Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris was supported by a prominent member of the Republican Party. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
It was former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney who said she and the vice president may be split by party, but it is her belief
that President Harris will be able to unite this nation.
The appearance in Ripon, Wisconsin, considered the birthplace of the Republican Party, was the setting where Vice President Harris said former Congresswoman Cheney is still a national leader.
Who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support.
Vice President Harris also has the support of Liz Cheney's father, ex-Vice President Dick Cheney. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Speaking to Fox News in Michigan, where he held a rally, former President Trump slammed Cheney.
Liz Cheney is a stupid war hawk. All she wants to do is shoot missiles at people.
Trump also spoke about the port strike, which threatened to cripple the U.S. economy.
They work hard. They don't want to lose their jobs to machinery and equipment and other things. And by the way, I know a lot of places where they've gone totally hog wild, got rid of almost everybody. And we're talking about around the world. They don't work so well because you can't talk to a machine.
The dock workers began a strike early Tuesday, but yesterday reached a deal with ports to suspend the strike until January 15th, granting more time for contract negotiations. Well, Congress might not consider a supplemental funding bill for Hurricane Helene relief until after November's election. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
Speaker Mike Johnson was touring parts of Florida hit hard by Helene on Thursday when he was asked when Congress may come up with more funding to help storm victims.
A week ago, Congress appropriated $20 billion to FEMA to cover the immediate aftermath of the storm.
He also said it's going to take time for states to tabulate how much money they need from the feds. Meantime, as President Biden toured storm damage in Georgia, he asked lawmakers to keep politics out of relief efforts.
No Democrats or Republicans out here. It's what we do to make sure we restore the economy. Only Americans are here.
The Homeland Security Secretaries warned FEMA won't have enough money to get through this hurricane season. Jill Nato, Fox News.
And the death toll from Helene is up to at least 220. Texas residents are focusing on several major issues as they cast ballots in state and federal elections next month. Voters will elect a U.S. Senator, 38 U.S. House members, 150 state House members, and various judges and local officials. At issue are which party will control Congress, abortion restrictions in Texas and other states, and school vouchers. U.S. Rep. Colin Allred is the Democratic challenger to Republican Senator Ted Cruz in the Democrats' effort to expand their one-seat majority in the Senate. Voter registration deadline is Monday. Truckers are warning about a new scam at the border. People in Mexico are buying fake commercial driver's licenses and using them to drive big rigs into Texas.
They're buying licenses in Mexico that are showing up in national databases that law enforcement relies on as good IDs.
John Esparza, who heads the Texas Trucking Association, says the state lacks the authority to crack down on these fake licenses. The current trade deal requires states to accept them even when there's obvious signs of a scam. Texas energy regulators have a plan to close the gaps in the embattled power grid. Rex Oates has more.
Wind and solar power are growing in Texas, but they're far away from big cities like San Antonio. That's why the Electric Reliability Council wants the state to invest in extra high voltage transmission lines.
Because we don't have the ability to control where a generator is going to be built, we want to make sure we can move the power around the state to where it's needed very efficiently.
ERCOT President Pablo Vegas says the technology would bolster wind farms that are closer to the coast and off the Texas coastline. He says those farms will be growing for decades to come. He calls the plan a low-regret investment that will pay dividends down the line. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
2 suspects are in custody after Bexar County deputies found more than $2 million worth of drugs at a home on the south side. Deputies pulled over a 38-year-old man yesterday and found more than 4 pounds of meth in his car. A search of the man's home turned up about 66 pounds of meth and 2 pounds of cocaine, plus more than $20,000 in cash, but no guns. Deputies arrested the man and a 39-year-old woman for drug distribution. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Good morning, everybody. Let's see. I see Kemper, Tommy, Sam, Echo, Rooster, Jacob C. Hernandez. Good morning. That's right, Sam. Coffee is the wonder drug that works wonders. I've got my Strato tanker of coffee. Cody, HEB brand Cody, because I work in radio and I can't afford Yeti. Thank you. Coffee, because management frowns upon crystal meth. Although, someday, that is, thank you. Sam, today, I am going to the HEB, Blanco in 1604. Uh-oh, here we go. I'll tell you later. I'm getting my shots today. Welcome into this beautiful day, the 4th day of October, 2024, 20 days until OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios, 27 days until Halloween, 32 days until the 2024 election. What could possibly go wrong? 55 days until Thanksgiving and 82 days until Christmas. And while those are all very important days, there's something about today. It's the day we've been working toward all week long, because today is Friday.
Woo!
Wake up the dogs, guzzle your pumpkin spice latte, drive naked down Commerce Street. You made it, Charity made it, EJ made it, Andrew Zimmel made it, Randy Beamer made it, Charlie Parker and Tim Merriman, wherever he is, made it. We all made it to Friday. Charity McCurdy, how are you doing?
I'm great. Yeah, we say it every Friday, but
Woo!
we worked really hard to get here, especially hard.
Yes, this was a weird week, and we transitioned today. We've been saying all week Mr. T is under the weather, and that has been true. But today, Mr. T is officially on vacation.
I mean, if you're going to get sick,
Yeah.
isn't that the way to do it? Because you've been sick, under the weather, bummed out, and then you're feeling better and time to go on vacation and celebrate being healthy again. I think that's a win-win.
Very, very good. Tim due back midweek next week, and we hope he enjoys his vacation. Charity, among other things, it is a Red Friday. People watching the YouTube stream right now at 1200 WOAI on YouTube will see you're wearing red, I'm wearing red. Why are we wearing red?
To remember everyone deployed until they all come home. We are Military City USA, an official designation for the city of San Antonio. We got to represent.
Amen. Let's do it. And I'll tell you what, let's get this party started right now with traffic and weather together. Weather Channel 3-day weekend forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy skies today with a high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows will be in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high in the mid-90s. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high in the mid-90s. Right now, 60 in Kerrville, 69 in New Braunfels. It is clear, 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Oh, it's a happy song, Charity McCurdy. My wife, Beth, is an ABBA fan, has been since she was a kid. So I've learned to embrace ABBA.
I love some ABBA. My kids have gotten into ABBA. So, I only can handle so much. The Take a Chance on Me song, though, lyrically, that sounds a little desperate. I'm
But does Fernando bring a tear to your eye?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Dancing Queen, yeah.
Yes. Andrew Zimmel has found that apparently there's a study out there, the happiest songs that are out there on playlists. We're playing happy songs because we should. It's Friday. We're automatically happy. We're just going to overdo the happiness today. Charity.
I love it. I think we should do that every Friday.
I like it. It's a good idea. We credit Andrew Zimmel, who's flying the Millennium Falcon, who's running our YouTube stream. And look at EJ Pacheco on a Red Friday wearing a red United States Marine Corps hoodie. How cool is that?
Okay, I support that wardrobe choice. Way to go,
Yes.
EJ. Yeah.
We often chastise EJ for wearing Lakers gear or God knows what else. Yankees, New York Yankees, I think recently. So we support his. Oh, there. Oh, and he's. Oh, look at that! Underneath his red United States Marine Corps hoodie, he is showing us a Victor Wembanyama
Whoa.
Spurs jersey.
Wow. Way to go.
There's hope for him. There is hope for him. Well, coming up, Charity, this is the first weekend in October. And we'll talk a little bit about what do you do in October? It's fall. How do you spend your October weekends? We'll talk about that. We will ask our listeners about that. And we are all over the big stories of the morning. A settlement, at least for now, to that international longshoremen's strike. It is currently suspended until January 15th. We'll tell you more about that. Helene is now the deadliest storm since Hurricane Katrina in 2005. And Liz Cheney campaigns for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin, and former President Donald Trump is not impressed. We'll be getting into that story as well. Your traffic, weather, and all the headlines coming at you. WOAI News Time 516. What is up? Your microphone is up. Is that okay? The people can hear you. He is Andrew Zimmel. You know him. You love him. You can't get enough of him. He is the toast of Austin Sports Talk Radio. Are you doing it again today?
Yes.
Go find
2 to 5, 1300.
2 to 5.
Yeah.
And it does stream iHeartRadio app 1300 The Zone. Hear Andrew Zimmel solo doing sports talk. AM 1300 The Zone in Austin.
3 hours solo.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You miss those days, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 hours solo?
I prefer solo, especially sports talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's funniest.
You can always get Shannon Salty Sweeney to be your co-host.
I don't know. We'll see what she's doing. The funniest part is that when we do this, because the people can't see on YouTube, but I should take that back camera when EJ does this, because when he shows you his shirt, it looks like he's flashing the camera every time. It's like he's pulling up.
Yeah, exactly. He's pulling his shirt up.
Funniest thing in the world.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So no long weather from Jeanette. That's what I came to tell you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. So, all right. Yeah, Kemper, I was mentioning I'm going to HEB after the show. And I'm getting flu shot in one arm and COVID booster in the other. And it's not the flu shot that usually gets me. It's every time I've done a COVID vaccine or a COVID booster, I am laid out for 24 to 36 hours. Hopefully this will be the time. That would pretty much kill my weekend. Hopefully this is the one time my body cooperates, but I guess some weird reaction thus far to the COVID vaccines. So there's that. Oh, cool. If you're watching, Andrew, Kemper has AM 1300 The Zone saved in her car. So yeah, go listen to Andrew Zimmel today. Sam is at HEB right now in Austin. Yeah, I went online yesterday. They do make it easy at HEB. I made my appointment online yesterday for 10:15 this morning. So after the show, I get my shots. Because I've got something planned each of the next few weekends. And I can't do it during the week because it often knocks me. I mean, I am just absolutely lethargic typically when I get that COVID vaccine or booster. I can't get out of bed. I'm just no energy, wiped out. So maybe this is the time that doesn't happen. And I don't know what happens when you get your flu shot and your COVID shot at the same time. They say it's cool. It sounds convenient to me. Tim, welcome in. I see M1A1, welcome in. Greg from Divine. Thank you, Greg. In fact, Greg, I will pass that along right now on the radio. Right now on the radio. Here we go. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Charity, I have been corrected. I stand corrected. Actually, I'm sitting down right now, so I sit corrected. But I'll stand right now on YouTube. I stand corrected. I said that EJ is wearing a red United States Marine Corps hoodie. And Greg from Divine on YouTube, on the YouTube chat says, Marine Corps doesn't have red. It has scarlet. Good morning, everyone. So again, you're an Air Force brat, Charity. I'm an Air Force brat. I grew up in an Air Force family. So I don't have that United States Marine Corps knowledge that I should have. So I sit corrected. Scarlet,
And
not
scarlet
necessarily red.
It's a bright shade of red.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
So technically, I was correct, but I want to get it right. As you said, Charity, this is Military City, USA. I want to get it right. So I'll try to keep that in my lizard brain and remember scarlet for the United States Marine Corps.
All right.
Cool. Coming up, we're going to talk a little bit about the first weekend in October and the entire season of autumn that is upon us. First, Charity, what stories are you tracking?
Dock workers along the Gulf and East Coast are returning to work after agreeing to suspend their strike. Hurricane Helene is now the deadliest storm to hit the mainland U.S. since Hurricane Katrina. And country music legend Garth Brooks is accused of raping a hair and makeup artist. We'll have more coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel 3-day forecast for the whole weekend. Here we go. Sunny to partly cloudy today with a high in the mid 90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high in the mid 90s. Sunday mostly sunny, high in the mid 90s. Right now, 68 at Randolph Air Force Base, 67 at the Buc-ee's in Luling. It is clear, 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. The Rolling Stones are happy. It's a happy playlist. It's a Red Friday. We're wearing red to remember everyone deployed. And it's a Friday with Beamer. Charity McCurdy, Randy Beamer due in studio sometime around 7 o'clock this morning.
And I'm sure he's going to bring some interesting facts regarding his favorite pastime when it comes to fall-related activities. You know, he's a puller pop. He's a grandpa. Yes. I'm sure there's plenty on the docket for him this weekend.
Always enjoy having Randy Beamer on board. That's going to be a lot of fun from 7 to 9 this morning. And Charity, we said it's the first weekend of October. It is, you said this morning on the video on Instagram, it is your favorite season of the year. So what are some of your favorite autumn activities?
It's all about the pumpkin patches. They're open. There's always some kind of fall festival going on. I think we're going to try to hit up the Owl Creek Farm. It's over by SeaWorld off of Highway 151. And they have pony rides. They have pumpkins, obviously, a lot of photo opportunities for families. They have hay rides. They have just so many activities, face painting. And we go right when they open in the early morning, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that's when it's still kind of cool and crisp.
Smart.
We absolutely love it. Stay for a couple of hours and then head out do something else for the rest of our day. But we try to hit up one pumpkin patch fall festival per weekend during the month of October.
Very, very nice. I am not nearly as cultured or eclectic as you are. To me, fall means football. So obviously, college football on the Saturdays, NFL football on the Sundays. This weekend, the Cowboys will tear our hearts out on Sunday night. But anything October-ish, Oktoberfest. I saw somebody brought up Worst Fest the other day. I haven't been in at least 20 years, maybe 30. But if there's an Oktoberfest and somebody's wearing a Bavarian costume and handing me an ice cold beer, I'm a happy guy.
It's been a while since I've done Worst Fest as well, but it's a good time. I mean, I remember going at night when it was really chilly, but perfect excuse to cuddle with your special someone. And, the beer helps keep you warm. So there's that.
Oh, see, there's all of that involved. So, Charity, we want to hear from the people. What is your must do? What is your go-to fall activity? What do you got to do in the fall? Charity, how do they tell us that?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it 30 seconds to let us know.
Very cool. We'll play those on the air. We will react to them. Charity has everything you need to know right here at the bottom of the hour. And then we'll talk about the dock worker strike coming to an end for now. That and more. WOAI News Time, 525. Woohoo! Yeah, the Garth Brooks story is scary. On the surface, and I saw Garth Brooks's comments, Kemper. On the surface, he sure sounds like he's being extorted. But then I had this thought. I went back to this, and we don't know right now, and innocent until proven guilty, obviously. But I always go back to OJ. We loved OJ Simpson. We thought OJ Simpson was just the funniest, nicest, most gregarious, good, all-American guy. And sometimes you just don't know. I'm not saying that to in any way suggest that Garth Brooks is guilty. I'm just saying sometimes when we heard that OJ news, that was such a shocker at the time. But my intuition on the Garth Brooks thing is he couldn't have done this. He could not have done this, but it'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. Okay, I need to text Charity, EJ, and Andrew with my keyboard. I said it on the air, but I want them to know for sure we're going to talk about the end of the current end of the dock worker strike. Yeah, I just saw Kemper's reaction to my OJ comment. It's so amazing that, and obviously OJ is an outlier, and as it turned out, one of the worst human beings ever. So he's probably the exception, not the rule. I read a quote from Garth Brooks this morning saying, for several months, he's been getting threatening calls and emails saying, if you don't pay me, I'm going to destroy you. And he's saying, he said something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of course. He said, hush money is hush money. Even if I could never do something so reprehensible as I'm being accused of, he said, I just wasn't going to pay hush money for this. So sounds like, and obviously that's his perspective, sounds like Garth Brooks is being extorted, but for no good reason. But we'll find out. Another one recently, and it's interesting. I know Rooster was probably kidding. I look way above. Rooster wrote, Garth the rapist. Probably kidding and being sarcastic because we don't know yet. But I used to love Kevin Spacey. The reason I got Netflix was Kevin Spacey. House of Cards. And Kevin Spacey was one of those actors. Anything he did, I would watch just because it's like I love Kevin Spacey. Now, knowing what I know, I do not love Kevin Spacey. I do not like Kevin Spacey. I do not watch any old Kevin Spacey movies or TV shows. Another guy in it completely different, and it was only a one-moment act. When Will Smith sucker punched Chris Rock at the Oscars, I just thought that was such a punk move. There's been a couple of Will Smith movies that have come out. I used to be a big fan. I don't watch Will Smith movies anymore. It's like, you're a dirtbag. Really? That's who you are? So I'm just not a fan. And there was some kind of a movie that looked like it might have been pretty good with Will Smith in the last year or two. And it's no, thank you. Not interested. Greg from Divine says if Garth didn't do it, maybe Chris Gaines did. Just saying. Ugly, ugly situation. And you got to wonder, I mean, I don't know. I imagine Garth Brooks is on tour. I don't know. But that's got to be tough for him. I mean, if true, obviously, dude needs karma to come his way, but who knows? We don't know yet. Charity coming up with everything you need to know. I'll give you her audio, then we'll be back.
.531 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the port workers' strike ends for now, and a chilling warning issued to local firefighters. We'll have details for traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day, mostly sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 72. Right now, 70 degrees. Well, the dock workers' strike against ports along the east and Gulf Coast is over for now. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
President Biden welcomed the news that the strike by about 45,000 longshoremen's been suspended.
Dock workers are going back to work, and the next 90 days we're going to settle everything.
The union and the U.S. Maritime Alliance now have until January 15th to negotiate a new contract. Sources are saying that the ports and shipping companies are offering a 62% wage increase over 6 years. But for that, the union has to agree to efficiency gains. The union's been demanding a complete ban on the use of automation at the ports, which they see as a threat to their jobs. The 3-day strike impacted 36 ports stretching from Maine to Texas. Jill Nato, Fox News.
And former President Trump spoke with Fox in Saginaw, Michigan, where he expressed empathy for the union workers, pointing blame at one person.
They've been treated badly by Biden because of inflation. I mean, they caused inflation and it killed them. You know, it looks like they're asking for a lot, but they're really not asking for a lot because when you look at inflation, they end up being a net negative.
And Vice President Kamala Harris delivered remarks at a campaign event in Ripon, Wisconsin, and she was joined by former Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who detailed her career with the GOP, defining herself as a Ronald Reagan conservative.
I tell you, I have never voted for a Democrat, but this year I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
As the election nears, Harris maintains an edge ahead of Trump with a more than 2-point lead in the Real Clear Politics polling average. Well, North Carolina continues its recovery after Helene slammed into the state last week. Fox's Steve Harrigan has an update in Asheville, North Carolina.
It will be hard to recover from 10-foot-high floodwaters that covered what's left of the town in mud. Fresh water and power are in limited supply, and cell service almost non-existent. For some areas, so too is any sign of help. President Biden was back on the ground in hard-hit communities in Florida and Georgia, again promising to foot the recovery bill for several months, following the deadliest hurricane to hit the U.S. since Katrina.
House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke in Florida yesterday promising Congress would act, but said FEMA has enough money. There are now 18 million registered voters in Texas, the highest number ever. SMU political scientist Cal Jilson says Hispanics who used to register at low rates are now signing up in much bigger numbers, but still.
Texas for decades was either the lowest voting state or one of the bottom 5. In the last several election cycles, that has crept up to like bottom 10 now, but no longer worst in the nation.
The biggest registration gains have been in the Democratic stronghold of Harris County and along the I-35 corridor, which now leans blue. Jilson says the reason the Republicans keep winning is they dominate in the external suburbs and in rural areas. The local firefighters union is warning its members to keep their eyes open for Venezuelan crime gang operating on the north side of town. President Joe Jones, the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association, sent an email to the organization's membership of nearly 1,800 firefighters and paramedics. Jones confirmed he was referring to Tren de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang with international operations. He said firefighters' uniforms may cause them to be mistaken for police. Well, a country music star is being accused of sexual assault and battery in a new lawsuit. Here's Fox's Monica DeLuca.
According to a lawsuit obtained by Fox News Digital, Garth Brooks is accused of raping his former makeup artist in 2019 at a hotel during a work trip. The woman, who filed under Jane Roe, was first hired by his wife, Trisha Yearwood, in 1999, then began working for Brooks in 2017. Her lawyers saying in a statement, "We are confident that Brooks will be held accountable for his actions and his efforts to silence our client through the filing of a preemptive complaint in Mississippi was nothing other than an act of desperation and attempted intimidation." Garth Brooks has denied the woman's allegations. Monica DeLuca, Fox News.
It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first to check of your money and the world of business as we await that September jobs report. We say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Katrina and the Waves, a happy playlist Friday. That's a happy song, Charity McCurdy.
I feel like this song gets a lot of hate, and I don't know why. I always respond positively when I hear it. I think it's a great song.
So do I. I aspire to walk on sunshine. And when I'm walking on sunshine, I do feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all you haters of that song, come on now. Lighten up. San Antonio's first news on a Red Friday. We're all wearing red to remember everyone deployed. Coming up, flashback. We'll go back in time, try to figure out what year we land in. And a little bit later this half hour, we will hear from you. Our talkback on the free iHeartRadio app is, what is your go-to, what is your must-do activity in the fall? This will be the first weekend of October, so you can get out there and do the things you love. And the weather's going to be pretty darn nice. Charity, you had it in your newscast at the bottom of the hour. We were concerned that this could go many days or weeks. Thank goodness. Last night, the International Longshoremen's Association agreed to suspend its strike until January 15th, while the association reached a tentative agreement with the U.S. Maritime Alliance, among other things, a new pay rate. Originally, what was offered was 50% over 6 years. Of course, we've been talking, the longshoremen wanted 77% over 6 years, and I guess now it will be a 62% pay increase.
Yeah, I guess that's $63 per hour at the end of the new contract. So that sounds good. I mean, we were talking about
gig.
We were talking about earlier, aim high and land somewhere hopefully in the middle or a little bit above. It sounds like tentatively that's where they're at. But again, this is just essentially kicking the can down the road. You wonder if this is going to be crisis 2.0 come January 15th.
Well, and there should be a new president. There will be, one way or another, a new president on January 15th about to take office 5 days later on January 20th. And you would hope, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, that the new administration will use whatever resources it has, whatever influence it has to make sure this agreement is locked in.
Yeah, but at least, this kind of takes the pressure off as far as this being a campaign issue with 30 days to go, roughly, until the November election. And this would have fallen on the Biden Harris administration if there was no resolution in sight. So it's a big relief, especially for Kamala Harris.
And we talked so much about it this week. With Christmas coming, the supply chain was really going to be backed up. And we already saw even locally, a ridiculous, there was no reason for it, a run on toilet paper. Come on now.
I just can't help but laugh. I mean, I probably would get really angry, though, if I was out of toilet paper and I was at a Costco or H-E-B and couldn't find a roll in sight. But I felt like it was premature to panic. And I'm just so glad that hopefully people will consider refunding their packs of toilet paper that they bought in bulk. I don't know if you even can do that, but hopefully everyone calms down and everything you're looking for at the grocery store will now be available.
Amen to that. Coming up, we will go back in time with Flashback. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. And we'll hear your talkbacks. What is your go-to autumn activity? That and more. WOAI News Time 545. Tommy Miller, have a great weekend. Good morning, everybody in here. I see better with glasses. Tommy, Echo, Tim, Kemper, Connie, Greg from Divine, Rooster. 17 of you in here at the moment. Welcome in. So I just found out from Jeremy, our talkbacks currently, RK, we got a talkback from RK, Brian, and Stephen from Lytle. We'll be playing those talkbacks at 50. Again, I mentioned this all week, and I apologize. The way it's set up, when I'm in this chair, sadly, you can't hear the talkbacks on YouTube, but you can on the free iHeartRadio app and on the radio. So let me see. We've got RK, Brian, Stephen from Lytle. Uh-oh. Jacob, I will pass that along here in a moment. Sorry to hear that, Jacob, and I'm assuming you're caught in it. Jacob says an accident on 410 northbound at Culebra. Traffic is jacked. Jacob, I appreciate that. Looking at our chat on YouTube, Jacob Hernandez says there's an accident on Loop 410 northbound at Culebra. He says traffic is jacked. We'll get a traffic update from Maria Miller here in just a few moments. Right now, it is time to play Flashback. We will go back in time, try to figure out what year we land in, see if you can figure it out. Here we go. Let's play. I am not positive on this one, Charity. I'm going to seek your guidance. 89, 90, or 91?
91?
91. Sounds good to me. Let's find out. What is it? Yes, Charity McCurdy once again. Outstanding.
Thank you.
Woohoo! What stores are you following, Charity?
Kamala Harris picks up the endorsement of Liz Cheney, a staunch opponent of former President Trump. Officials say the death toll from Hurricane Helene has surpassed the 200 mark, and that number will likely rise. And Texas is suing TikTok for violating the state's parental consent laws. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel weekend forecast, sunny to partly cloudy today, high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny, high in the mid-90s. Right now, 66 in Floresville, 69 at the Pearl, clear and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Gloria Gaynor, I will survive. Now, while Gloria's happy here, isn't this more of a song of, you did me wrong, but I will survive? I mean, she will survive. I don't know if this isn't like a Bobby McFerrin, "Don't Worry, Be Happy" song to me. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it kind of stresses me out a little bit. I don't think that qualifies as a happy song playlist. It sounds like someone who's been through a lot, who is trying to convince herself, I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, she's been done wrong, and she will survive. I don't know if it's a happy song.
That's a gray area there.
Yeah. I mean, good on you, Gloria, for surviving, because he apparently was a jerk. But okay, maybe she's on her way to happiness. Do you think we're overanalyzing these songs, Charity?
Probably, just a tad.
It's a happy playlist. It's a Red Friday. We're wearing red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. And it's a Red Randy Beamer Friday. Fridays with Beamer. Randy Beamer due in here around 7 o'clock. Always entertaining and enlightening when Randy Beamer is here.
Always. He brings the laughs. He
does.
When I least expect it, he just drops it, on you, and I'm in stitches pretty much for the next 30 seconds at least.
And we had a moment a week ago involving polling that took us there with you and Randy.
I will never phrase that question the same again.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. All right. This is the first weekend of October. Fall is certainly now upon us in the month of October. So we're asking you, what is your must-do autumn activity? And you can go do that this weekend because you're here. It's October and the weather's going to be great. Charity, how do people let us know that?
The free iHeart Radio app. You search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Hit it 30 seconds to let us know.
First up, he's a living legend. He's one of our favorites. You know him, you love him, you can't get enough of him. Here he is, RK. Very cool. We love RK. All right, he's got a Harley. We learned more about RK. I guess if you had a Harley and went out motorcycle riding in this wonderful October weather, that would be cool.
It would be, although I'm not that daring. I'm scared of motorcycles.
All right. So you're not going to take a ride with RK?
Have you been on a motorcycle, Chris?
I've been on a motorcycle. I'm not a motorcycle guy.
Okay.
I've been on a motorcycle.
I mean,
a few times
open
in my
free
life.
road, I imagine, is exhilarating, but I don't know. It's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, things can go bad.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are a motorcycle rider, driver, be careful out there on your bikes. Absolutely.
Please.
But a Harley is very cool. I mean, if you ride a Harley, I mean, there are motorcycles and there are Harleys. And if you're a Harley person, that's pretty cool.
You can hear it coming.
And
Yeah.
we already knew RK was cool. So back to the talkbacks. This will be Brian. Amen. Now, that's a good idea, Charity. If you're going to go to Worst Fest, Brian is from New Braunfels. Go with a local who knows the ins and outs of Worst Fest.
Yes, I didn't realize. I mean, they give you a map, right? Don't they give you some kind of brochure? I recall getting something so you can figure out your way, maneuver your way through the grounds. But
if you had Brian as your Worst Fest Sherpa, then you'd know where to go and where all the cool people are.
Sounds like a bonus. I just kind of follow where the beer stands are. That helps guide me through the venue.
That's always a good strategy. Let's do one more. Here is our favorite teacher, Stephen from Lytle. He is hilarious. That is kind of, bands, school bands, high school bands, junior high,
it's
middle
hard
school.
work. It's hard work. I did 2 years of band, and I mean, you're practicing early in the morning. You're out late at night, and then you have to somehow go to school the next morning. It's a hard life, but so rewarding, so much fun at the same time.
Absolutely. All right, Charity's got all the big stories you need to know about at the top of the hour. Then we have to react to this Garth Brooks story that is so ugly. We'll react to that coming up at about 6:10. WOAI News Time 5:58. Frankie, welcome in. Connie, Tim, Echo, Rooster, Renee Reyna, welcome in, a.k.a. Papa. Jacob C. Hernandez with the traffic report, much appreciated. 21 of you in here right now, welcome in. If we see your name, we say your name. It's just what we do. We like to say hello. But we realize some of you don't chat or can't. You might be driving and listening. Rooster's got a Harley man. Very cool. We'll talk Garth Brooks coming up here at 6:10. Charity's got the big headlines you need to know about coming up here at the top of the hour. Checking my beverage. I'm going to get a coffee refill because God knows I need one. I think I might do that right now. Tim, that's always a big question. I think for a lot of people, when it's true, everybody handles trauma differently. Some people are in shock by it. Some are in denial by it. Some are embarrassed to come forward. Some are intimidated and afraid to come forward. Some don't want people to know that, you know, they've gone through that and therefore they'll be viewed, they think, perhaps differently. But it's a complex question. But yeah, I whenever there's something like this that happens, we certainly hear that question. Okay, I'm going to give you Charity audio and I'll be back.
.601 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris picks up a new endorsement and a major drug bust on the city's south side. We'll have more right now. Traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Friday, an air quality alert day, sunny, a high near 95, tonight's low in the low 70s. Right now, we're at 69 degrees. On a campaign stop in Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris was supported by a prominent member of the Republican Party. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
It was former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney who said she and the vice president may be split by party, but it is her belief
that President Harris will be able to unite this nation.
The appearance in Ripon, Wisconsin, considered the birthplace of the Republican Party, was the setting where Vice President Harris said former Congresswoman Cheney is still a national leader.
Who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support.
Vice President Harris also has the support of Liz Cheney's father, ex-Vice President Dick Cheney. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Speaking to Fox News in Michigan, where he held a rally, former President Trump slammed Cheney.
Liz Cheney is a stupid war hawk. All she wants to do is shoot missiles at people.
Trump also spoke about the port strike, which threatened to cripple the U.S. economy.
They work hard. They don't want to lose their jobs to machinery and equipment and other things. And by the way, I know a lot of places where they've gone totally hog wild, got rid of almost everybody. And we're talking about around the world. They don't work so well because you can't talk to a machine.
The dock workers began a strike early Tuesday, but yesterday reached a deal with ports to suspend the strike until January 15th, granting more time for contract negotiations. Well, Congress might not consider a supplemental funding bill for Hurricane Helene relief until after the November election. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
Speaker Mike Johnson was touring parts of Florida hit hard by Helene on Thursday when he was asked when Congress may come up with more funding to help storm victims.
A week ago, Congress appropriated $20 billion to FEMA to cover the immediate aftermath of the storm.
He also said it's going to take time for states to tabulate how much money they need from the feds. Meantime, as President Biden toured storm damage in Georgia, he asked lawmakers to keep politics out of relief efforts.
No Democrats or Republicans out here. It's what we do to make sure we restore the economy. Only Americans are here.
The Homeland Security Secretaries warned FEMA won't have enough money to get through this hurricane season. Jill Nato, Fox News.
A man and woman are behind bars in Bexar County and will face federal charges after a multi-million-dollar drug bust on the south side during a traffic stop. Sheriff Javier Salazar says his gang unit deputies pulled a vehicle over yesterday afternoon.
During the course of that traffic stop, about 2 kilos of methamphetamine were found in the car.
And that led to a search warrant on a house where they discovered another 30 kilos of meth and a kilo of cocaine, all worth over $2.5 million plus $20,000 in cash. Salazar says 2 people will be turned over to federal authorities where they'll face multiple charges. The Texas AG's office says the social media platform TikTok is illegally selling the private information of minors. A lawsuit accuses TikTok of violating a law that is on the books to protect juveniles. This teen says he uses TikTok every so often, but when he gets into an online chat, the topic often ends up in his news feed.
They're buying licenses in Mexico.
They know everything I'm watching or whatever, and it's like when you talk about certain things, it's like it pops up in your feed, and you're like how's that on my timeline or whatever.
The AG's office is asking a judge to stop TikTok from further violations and fine the company for every day it continues. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news on a Red Friday as we wear red to remember everyone deployed until they all come home. Randy Beamer going to join us in about an hour, come into the studio. Always enjoy hanging out with Randy. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T on vacation till midweek next week. Andrew Zimmel and EJ Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew running our YouTube stream. Go to 1200 WOAI to be a part of that YouTube stream. At 640, White House correspondent John Decker with the prospect of an October surprise coming in this 2024 election. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 648. And coming up, we react to this ugly Garth Brooks story. But first, your traffic and weather together. Weather Channel weekend forecast. Nice. Sunny to partly cloudy skies today. High in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow. High in the low 90s. Sunny, mostly sunny on Sunday with a high in the mid-90s. Right now, 71 in Alamo Heights. 68 in Leon Valley. It is clear, and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. The playlist on this Friday is happy songs identified by a scientific study. That's a happy, I'll give that one a happy song.
Sure.
Happier Than I Will Survive by Gloria Gaynor. But that's just me. All right, Charity, speaking of music, oh my God, what an ugly story. As you've been reporting, country music star Garth Brooks has been accused of sexual assault and battery by a woman who worked for him and his wife, Trisha Yearwood, as a hairstylist and makeup artist. A complaint filed in state court in California says these incidents occurred in 2019, and she claims she was once raped by Garth Brooks during a work trip. Now, Garth Brooks released a statement that said, quote, "For the last 2 months, I have been hassled to no end with threats, lies, and tragic tales of what my future would be if I did not write a check for many millions of dollars. Hush money, no matter how much or how little, is still hush money. In my mind, that means I am admitting to behavior I am incapable of. Ugly acts no human should ever do to another." My God, what an ugly story this is.
I mean, it seems like this just follows a string of examples of other celebrities being caught, in other uncomfortable situations where they could potentially be accused of something like this. We don't know if it's true. We have to wait till more facts come out. But she's suing for sexual battery and assault. She's requesting monetary and punitive damages, and she wants attorney fees and a jury trial. So this could get really, really ugly.
You know, my heart and my intuition says Garth Brooks is innocent here. But again, I go back to, I was talking to the people on YouTube during a break. You know, when the O.J. Simpson news came down, I, in America, loved O.J. Simpson.
Right.
We could not ever imagine he was doing the things he did to his wife, Nicole, and later, you know, the murders that at least he was found liable for in a civil court. Same thing for me. I was a huge Kevin Spacey fan. I thought he's the reason I got Netflix to watch House of Cards.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, sometimes you just never know. And I'm not saying that to suggest Garth Brooks is guilty. I feel and I pray Garth Brooks is innocent here.
I hope so too. I don't know how he comes out of this. If he did indeed have an extramarital affair. I mean, his famous wife, Trisha Yearwood, they've been together since, forever, it seems like. I don't know. I think it's going to be a smear campaign for him. I mean, I think he's going to have to admit whether or not he had a sexual relationship with this makeup artist. And he's going to have a hell of a time trying to defend himself against these sexual battery and assault allegations.
And if he's not successful defending himself here, if this continues to get ugly, you just got to wonder. I mean, he is beloved by so many people, not only country music. I think Garth Brooks is one of these guys who transcends the country genre. I think America typically loves Garth Brooks.
Yeah, I agree. And apparently Brooks was getting text messages from this makeup artist's husband and some threatening text messages. It's just going to be interesting to see the details that come out of this and if he's able to bounce back.
My goodness. We will certainly, as we learn more developments, pass them along to you. Lots more to talk about all morning long. Coming up, Hurricane and Tropical Storm Helene now is the deadliest storm in America on the mainland since Hurricane Katrina in 2005. We'll talk about that and more. Headlines, traffic, and weather coming right up. WOAI News Time, 6:15. Echo says always have surveillance when someone is around. You got to wonder. Let's assume for the moment Garth Brooks is innocent here. Yeah, I mean, if you've got that level of wealth and that level of fame, maybe you do need, especially if the hairstylist. But she was Trisha Yearwood's hairstylist, his wife, and then apparently worked for him, hair and makeup. So perhaps they trusted her and had a rapport with her. But what you suggest, Echo, having somebody else around, especially if in this situation it's a male-female relationship, maybe that would have been a good plan. See Frankie, welcome in. I see Tim, Kemper, Echo, Louie, welcome in, Louie, Connie, Carol Garza, welcome in. Just saw you jump in here. Tim from the Philippines, welcome in. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Coming up, we'll talk about the aftermath of hurricane and tropical storm Helene. The death toll continues to rise. It's now the deadliest storm since Katrina in 2005. That and more. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
A Republican throws her support behind VP Kamala Harris. The dock workers' strike is on hold until next year, and the local firefighters union is warning about a Venezuelan crime gang. We'll explain coming up. Right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel weekend forecast. Pretty nice. Sunny to partly cloudy skies today. High in the mid 90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy. High in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high in the mid 90s. Right now, 66 in Bernie, 67 at the Snake Farm. It is clear. 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T on vacation. I'm Chris Duell. And Charity, we've been reporting on it. It's just so sad, the aftermath of hurricane and tropical storm Helene. The death toll continues to rise. CNN currently reporting at least 213 people have died, and they say there are hundreds of people still unaccounted for. They are expecting that death toll to continue to rise.
It's just awful. I mean, these rescue crews are still searching for survivors after 1 week after Helene made landfall. And keep in mind, I mean, it was 6 states that were essentially impacted by Helene in North Carolina, especially the Asheville area. Record flooding, historic water levels. I think a total of like 14 inches of rain fell over the course of 2 days there. I mean, that's just an insane amount of water all at once. You have damaged roads, swamp neighborhoods, landslides, power outages, no cell service for so many people. And of course, they continue to find dead victims. And we have another month to go, Chris, for the hurricane season, which is a clear indication you can't let your guard down.
And, you talk about the 6 states that were so dramatically impacted by Helene. Typically, and, we're citing Hurricane Katrina now from 2005. That was predominantly New Orleans and Louisiana. I know it was also in Mississippi and elsewhere, but the swath of states, specifically North Carolina, but others as well, that were affected by and still affected by Helene. It's just amazing the destruction caused by this storm.
Yeah, and these hurricanes are intensifying at larger and faster rates, and we continue to see an increase in hurricane activity with each passing season. So it's very scary to know what's to come. And of course, we heard yesterday that FEMA doesn't quite have enough money to last the entire hurricane season. But of course, the White House is now disputing that claim.
Yeah, and certainly priority number one for this country has to be take care of the people who have been their lives disrupted, lives lost, families, homes, everything destroyed for so many people. These people need help, and it's critical that we go help them right now. Coming up at 6:40, a White House correspondent, John Decker. He's one of our go-to guys in our Decision 2024 coverage. Will there be an October surprise? And what might it entail? Charity with all the stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour. WOAI News Time 625. Frankie, I'm just reading what you've written here. It's great that things are going well for you. Thank God. Thank goodness. Oh, absolutely wonderful. Jacob, that's not a bad guess. Jacob C. Hernandez says the October surprise is the Diddy freak-off list. That would be, certainly. Wow. For the record, I've never been invited to a Diddy freak-off. It's funny, we had Mike Opelka on when this story broke, and he had mentioned he was once invited to a P. Diddy birthday party. So I had to ask him, have you ever been invited to a Diddy freak-off? And the answer was no. Yeah, and Frankie, I see what you wrote about Diddy. How amazing. You're on top of the world. You've got everything. You are able to pursue your dreams, and your talent, in this case in music, brings you this incredibly blessed life, and you got to go do this. Absolutely amazing. Here's Charity.
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the port worker strike ends for now, and a chilling warning issued to local firefighters. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low 72. Right now 69 degrees. The dock worker strike against ports along the east and Gulf Coast is over for now. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
President Biden welcomed the news that the strike by about 45,000 longshoremen's been suspended.
Dock workers are going back to work, and the next 90 days we're going to settle everything.
The union and the U.S. Maritime Alliance now have until January 15th to negotiate a new contract. Sources are saying that the ports and shipping companies are offering a 62% wage increase over 6 years. But for that, the union has to agree to efficiency gains. The union's been demanding a complete ban on the use of automation at the ports, which they see as a threat to their jobs. The 3-day strike impacted 36 ports stretching from Maine to Texas. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Former President Trump spoke with Fox News in Saginaw, Michigan, where he expressed empathy for the union workers, pointing blame at one person.
They've been treated badly by Biden because of inflation. I mean, they caused inflation and it killed them. You know, it looks like they're asking for a lot, but they're really not asking for a lot because when you look at inflation, they end up being a net negative.
Vice President Kamala Harris, meantime, delivered remarks at a campaign event in Ripon, Wisconsin, and she was joined by former Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who detailed her career with the GOP, defining herself as a Ronald Reagan conservative.
I tell you, I have never voted for a Democrat, but this year I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
As the election nears, Harris maintains an edge over Trump with a more than 2-point lead in the Real Clear Politics polling average. North Carolina continues its recovery after Hurricane Helene slammed into the state last week. Fox's Steve Harrigan has more.
It will be hard to recover from 10-foot-high floodwaters that covered what's left of the town in mud. Fresh water and power are in limited supply, and cell service almost non-existent. For some areas, so too is any sign of help. President Biden was back on the ground in hard-hit communities in Florida and Georgia, again promising to foot the recovery bill for several months, following the deadliest hurricane to hit the U.S. since Katrina.
House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke in Florida yesterday, promising Congress would act, but said FEMA has enough money. The death toll has risen to at least 220. There are now 18 million registered voters in Texas, the highest number ever. SMU political scientist Cal Jilson says Hispanics who used to register at low rates are now signing up in much bigger numbers, but still.
Texas for decades was either the lowest voting state or one of the bottom 5. In the last several election cycles, that has crept up to like bottom 10 now, but no longer worst in the nation.
The biggest registration gain's been in the Democratic stronghold of Harris County and along the I-35 corridor, which now leans blue. Jilson says the reason the Republicans keep winning is they dominate in the external suburbs and in rural areas. Well, the Firefighters and Paramedics Union in San Antonio is warning its members about a transnational crime gang. Eric Lycum has details.
San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association President Joe Jones sent an email to his nearly 1,800 members yesterday informing them that the notorious Venezuelan crime gang Tren de Aragua is actively operating on the city's north side and involved in their international crime operations. Jones said that first responders need to watch their six, keep their eyes open and their heads on a swivel for the gang who could mistake the firefighters' uniforms for those of police uniforms and do violence to them. The gang has concentrated presence near the Migrant Resource Center, and police operations are ongoing around there. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, wind and solar power are growing in Texas, but they are far away from big cities like San Antonio, and that's why ERCOT wants the state to invest in better infrastructure.
Right now, we are conducting an analysis on extra high voltage transmission that will enable us to continue to lead in economic growth and reliability.
ERCOT President Pablo Vega says the technology would bolster wind farms that are closer to the coast and off the Texas coastline, which he says will grow for decades to come. He told state lawmakers that even though it'll be expensive, this is a low regret investment that will pay dividends down the line. The Bexar County Sheriff's Office is trying to find a hit-and-run driver who injured a deputy yesterday morning. The off-duty deputy was working traffic control on Wurzbach Road near Vance Jackson when a car hit him around 7:30 a.m. just outside St. Matthew Catholic Church. The impact knocked the deputy up onto the hood of the car. The driver sped off, later abandoning the vehicle in an apartment complex parking lot on Tioga Drive, about a mile from the accident site. The deputy suffered an abrasion to his forehead. Country music star Garth Brooks is denying allegations of sexual assault and battery after his former makeup artist filed a lawsuit against him. Here's Fox's Chanley Painter.
The lawsuit alleges the country superstar raped the woman in a hotel room during a work trip in 2019. The accuser, referred to as Jane Roe in the complaint, was first hired as a hair and makeup artist for Garth Brooks' wife, Trisha Yearwood, in 1999, but was moved to Brooks' team in 2017. Now, she alleges that after sharing her financial struggles with Brooks in 2019, he began taking advantage of her, groping her, exposing himself to her, and sharing lewd remarks and explicit text messages because he knew she needed the work. But the singer and his team are now aggressively fighting back, denying all these claims.
Brooks' team filed a preemptive lawsuit last month in an attempt to block the claims, claiming them defamatory and extortionary. Brooks claims the makeup artist threatened the lawsuit after he refused her request for salaried pay and benefits. Animal welfare advocates plan to place pet population control before the Texas legislature in next year's session. Shelters statewide are full or overflowing, and adoptions and fostering are only part of the solution. The Texas Humane Legislation Network wants legislators to adjust state law so cities would be allowed to regulate the sale of puppies. They also want the state to make funds more easily available for shelters and nonprofits to help cover the cost of spay and neuter services. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business as we await that jobs report, Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 6:48, Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. Coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, Randy Beamer in studio. He'll be with us till 9 o'clock this morning. But right now, let's check in with White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. John, the calendar says October, and often in presidential races, people talk about an October surprise. What do you think? Do you think we might get one?
Well, we could, or we could get several. And that is something that both campaigns are well aware of. Typically, it is the candidate who's the incumbent who is concerned about October surprises, things that are outside of their control. There is no incumbent, but I think you could argue certainly Kamala Harris represents the incumbent administration. So whether it's what we saw in terms of the federal response to Hurricane Helene, whether you're talking about events in the Middle East, those are instances where a lot of this is out of the control of the candidate, and it could impact in a very small way the results of the presidential election.
John, in some cases, couldn't a high-profile crisis maybe present an opportunity to demonstrate leadership?
Well, that's right. It is an opportunity, and we've seen individuals before who are governors step up, and we've seen individuals who are presidents like George W. Bush not rise to the occasion in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. Of course, he was not running for re-election at that time. If I'm not mistaken, that was a year after he won a second term in the White House when Katrina hit New Orleans and other parts of the Gulf Coast. In any case, that is something that I think the administration is well aware of. And that's the reason why you saw this week President Biden traveling to several hard-hit areas, getting updates from first responders and FEMA. Also, you saw Vice President Harris traveling to Georgia, doing a similar type of trip to get an update in terms of what the federal response has been and what it will be going forward.
And yet, regarding Helene, John, Donald Trump and the Republicans saying that the response by the administration has not been enough. I guess that's kind of par for the course here with 32 days to go before the election. Each side is probably going to use whatever major events happen to try to gain a political advantage.
Well, that's right. And I think it's really up to residents to decide whether or not the federal response, remember, it's not just the federal, it's the state response, it's local response is up to what is what it should be. It's not up to politicians to decide that. Obviously, Republicans looking for any type of advantage, and maybe they see an advantage in that regard. But as you know, 6,500 National Guards men and women have been called up to help out in 12 different states. 1,000 active duty soldiers from the Pentagon also called up from the 82nd Airborne to get to those parts of, in one instance, western North Carolina that were hard hit by Hurricane Helene. But then let's also talk about foreign policy, and that is what's happening in the Middle East. Obviously, this is out of the control completely of the candidates. It's really up to the actors that are involved here, Israel and Iran, as to whether or not that situation escalates beyond where it is right now.
And John, we mentioned the hurricanes, the conflict in the Middle East, and I'm sure Kamala Harris is breathing a sigh of relief with the port worker strike being suspended.
Absolutely. I was going to mention that as well, and you already did, Charity. But yeah, that's right. That is one of those things which could really have upset in a very real way the supply chain that would have been felt all across the country, not just in areas where those ports are located. So at least one of those situations you can sort of take off as being a situation which could have impacted in a very real way the presidential race, given the impact that it would have had on communities all across the country.
And I guess, John, we could have said earlier this week that the latest filing, the Jack Smith filing in the January 6th proceedings could have been viewed as an October surprise. There was new information there, but I just wonder, at this point, if Donald Trump is affected by any new revelations to that end.
Well, it's already built in, I think, that as it relates to that situation, in the sense that I think that for voters who were following that election interference case and all of the things related to it, including the January 6th committee hearings, they've already made up their minds. So there's no new information that will be sort of an aha moment. Oh, that additional information is now going to make me want to vote against Donald Trump, or that additional information is going to make me want to vote for Kamala Harris. I think that that's already built in, and I don't see that as an October surprise for that reason.
He's the best in the business. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker, a big part of our Decision 2024 coverage. Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days. WOAI News Time, 646. Randy Beamer is due in the studio sometime soon, perhaps at the top of the hour. We've got Kemper, RK, and Tuesday coming up with talkbacks.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. Striking dock workers and management have reached an agreement that prevents a prolonged strike. Former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney is endorsing VP Kamala Harris. And a couple is facing federal charges after a massive Southside drug bust. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel weekend forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy skies today. High in the mid 90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy. High in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny with a high in the mid 90s. Right now, 68 in Monte Vista, 66 in China Grove. It is clear. 69 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T on vacation till late next week. EJ Pacheco, Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Our thanks to Charlie Parker for those were the days. Coming up shortly, Randy Beamer will join us in studio. And Charity, we've been talking about it this morning and asking the people on this first weekend of October, what are your must-do activities in the fall? And you like pumpkin patches, you like cool things outdoors.
Yeah, pretty much any kind of fall festival type activity, but there's pumpkin patches everywhere you go around town. There's stuff at the Pearl that they do. There's stuff at the Owl Creek Farm. I'm going to head out to Divine later this month. I already got my tickets for their fall festival. I'm all about it. This is my season.
Very, very cool. Well, let's listen to the people on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. The question, what are your must-do, what are your go-to activities in the fall? Let's go to Kemper. Another great one from Kemper.
Yes, it's all about the football. She has her priorities straight.
And those are excellent priorities. Absolutely. He is back. One of our old-time favorites as well. Here is RK. Charity, I like it. At OpelkaCon, La Hacienda de los Barrios, October 24th. RK, his Harley's out of the shop. He's revving it up. You give him a big hug, and off you go riding off into the sunset on back of RK's Harley.
I don't know how many margaritas RK or Louis Barrios thinks I'm going to have at this event, but it would take a lot to get me on the back of a Harley. Let me tell you.
We could work on that.
Oh, no.
We could work on that.
No.
All right. Let's get one more. Here is Tuesday on a Friday. That's a great one. There's a lot of great haunted house options in the month of October?
The kids obviously aren't ready for haunted houses. I've never been a big fan. Although back in the day when I would go under pressure from friends or family, I had the mindset, well, they can't touch me, so I'm going to be okay. I can handle anything, any kind of little, loud noises, chainsaws near me, I can handle because I know they can't touch me. But I think that's changed over the years. I don't know. They're pretty intense these days. When's the last time you've been to a haunted house, Chris?
Oh, gosh, 25 years ago,
Okay.
maybe more, maybe 30. I always liked them.
Oh,
yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, but as you can see, I don't get out much. So, all right, more coming up. Randy Beamer due in studio right now. How about a weekend preview? Here's Jenny James from Q1019. We think.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris picks up a new endorsement and a major drug bust from the city's south side. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low in the low 70s. Right now, 69 degrees. On a campaign stop in Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris was supported by a prominent member of the Republican Party. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
It was former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney who said she and the vice president may be split by party, but it is her belief
that President Harris will be able to unite this nation.
The appearance in Ripon, Wisconsin, considered the birthplace of the Republican Party, was the setting where Vice President Harris said former Congresswoman Cheney is still a national leader.
Who puts country above party and above self, a true patriot, and it is my profound honor to have your support.
Vice President Harris also has the support of Liz Cheney's father, ex-Vice President Dick Cheney. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Speaking of Fox News in Michigan, where he held a rally, former President Trump slammed Cheney.
Liz Cheney is a stupid war hawk. All she wants to do is shoot missiles at people.
Trump also spoke about the port strike, which threatened to cripple the U.S. economy.
They work hard. They don't want to lose their jobs to machinery and equipment and other things. And by the way, I know a lot of places where they've gone totally hog wild, got rid of almost everybody. And we're talking about around the world. They don't work so well. because you can't talk to a machine.
The dock workers began a strike early Tuesday, but yesterday reached a deal with ports to suspend the strike until January 15th, granting more time for contract negotiations. Congress might not consider a supplemental funding bill for Hurricane Helene relief until after November's election. Fox's Jill Nato has more.
Speaker Mike Johnson was touring parts of Florida hit hard by Helene on Thursday when he was asked when Congress may come up with more funding to help storm victims.
A week ago, Congress appropriated $20 billion to FEMA to cover the immediate aftermath of the storm.
He also said it's going to take time for states to tabulate how much money they need from the feds. Meantime, as President Biden toured storm damage in Georgia, he asked lawmakers to keep politics out of relief efforts.
No Democrats or Republicans out here. It's what we do to make sure we restore the economy. Only Americans are here.
The Homeland Security Secretaries warned FEMA won't have enough money to get through this hurricane season. Jill Nato, Fox News.
2 suspects are in custody after Bexar County deputies found more than $2 million worth of drugs at a home on the south side. Deputies pulled over a 38-year-old man yesterday afternoon and found more than 4 pounds of meth in his car. Sheriff Javier Salazar says they found even more at a home.
This to be about 25 to 30 kilos of methamphetamine with a street value of about $2.5 million. And then, of course, there's also at least a kilo of cocaine that's also there.
Plus more than $20,000 in cash, but no guns. Deputies arrested the man and a 39-year-old woman for drug distribution. San Antonio Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra is recovering at home following his release from the hospital yesterday. He was hospitalized on Tuesday after he started feeling ill while performing the morning mass at the Pastoral Ministry Center. A spokesman for the Archdiocese says some adjustments to the Archbishop's schedule will be made as he recovers. The Texas AG's office is suing TikTok for illegally selling the private info of minors. LP Phillips has more.
The suit claims the social media giant is violating a law by selling the data of children to third-party vendors without the parents or the kids knowing it. This teen is on TikTok and says the stuff he clicks on suddenly appears in his news feed.
I think it is weird. In some ways, I think they should ban it.
All of this is exactly why parent Robert Jones took his young kids off TikTok.
I do believe there's inappropriate content on there, and I just think they're too young to be on there.
The Attorney General is asking a judge to bar TikTok from further violations.
A country music legend, Garth Brooks, is accused of raping a hair and makeup artist. The woman identifies herself only as Jane Roe and claims Brooks attacked her in 2019 in an LA hotel. Brooks filed a previous lawsuit anonymously in an effort to stop the woman from publicly repeating the allegations, which she has denied. Brooks's lawsuit claims the woman made the allegations after he denied her request for salaried employment and medical benefits. It is 7:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's First News, Randy Beamer is in studio. We'll talk to Randy in a moment. And we've got a segment called Wait Till You Hear This. Wait till you hear what Liz Cheney had to say in endorsing Kamala Harris yesterday. First, your traffic and weather together. Weather Channel weekend forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy skies today. High in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy. High in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny. High in the mid-90s. Right now, 60 in Kerrville, 69 in New Braunfels. It is clear and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's First News. It is Friday, so often on a Friday, we're happy to hang out with Randy Beamer. It is Fridays with Beamer. Randy, how you doing this morning?
It's Friday. Good. It's early. How about yourself? Charity's like, she's got that look like, man, I am almost out of here. I'm counting the moments. Minutes away.
Hours, Beamer, hours. We're hours away from our release.
Now, Randy,
tried to bring you down there. I hope you don't mind.
Congratulations are in order. Your documentary on PBS, your documentary on Jesse Trevino gets a nominated for a Lone Star Emmy Award. How cool is that?
That is cool. I am very happy. Usually I don't like to talk about awards, but because I know Jesse himself would be thrilled that more people are seeing his work, legendary San Antonio artist. I don't want to say I hope, but it's one of a number of nominations, and we'll find out in late November, actually. It's going to be announced in San Antonio.
Relatively soon, we'll know. Very cool.
Thanks.
I certainly hope you win that thing.
And if you want to see the documentary, Beamer, where can people find it online?
They can actually watch it right now at klrn.org. You search Jesse Trevino, and through both klrn.org and on through their PBS app, I think you can watch it.
Excellent.
And they're going to be showing it again sometime across Texas, actually, sometime later this fall. I'll find out in a few weeks.
When you know, let us know.
I will.
We'll pass that along. Right now, it's time for Wait Till You Hear This. We will listen and then react. Yesterday in Ripon, Wisconsin, the birthplace of the Republican Party, Liz Cheney introduced and officially threw her support to Kamala Harris. Let's listen to that, and then you'll hear the reply from former President Donald Trump. Here it is. All right, Randy Beamer, do you think Liz Cheney will move the needle at all for Republicans who could be on the fence?
Who knows? Those 4 or 5 people across the country who were still really on the fence, maybe shot off by a war hawk. I have to say, when people are talking about, even when you went from spray tanning to stupid war hawk in that same soundbite, I heard it on another network, that soundbite of Trump talking about, and I couldn't hear it very well. And I swear, and I wasn't shocked as much when I thought he said, a stupid warthog.
Warthog.
And I think maybe maybe it's because it's the last 4 or 5 weeks of the campaign, but I think we're going to get to that level of rhetoric pretty soon. Do you think there are still that many Charity out there, undecideds that will be pushed one way or the other?
I do think there is a large contingent that does not like either candidate, but feels maybe a duty to cast a ballot in November. And so maybe something like this might move them one direction or the other. It really wasn't a surprise. I mean, we know Liz Cheney has effectively ended her career as an elected Republican. So the fact that she endorsed Kamala Harris, yes, it's the first time she's endorsed a Democrat, but we know she hates Donald Trump that much.
I think it might give permission, now that you think about it, for some of those who might have stayed out of the race and said, I don't want to vote for either of them. I'm not really enthused, for them to say, okay, I'm a Republican, but I'll come out of the closet and vote for Harris in this instance.
Going to be interesting to see how it plays out, and we'll find out, we think, in about 32 days, assuming election results are available shortly thereafter. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast, his take on the morning's big stories. WOAI News Time 716. Randy Beamer joining us in studio until 9 o'clock this morning. Coming right up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Dock workers along the Gulf and East Coast are returning to work after agreeing to suspend their strike. Hurricane Helene is now the deadliest storm to hit the mainland U.S. since Hurricane Katrina. And country music legend Garth Brooks is being accused of raping a hair and makeup artist. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Oh, he's on the phone, which is not as good. Weather Channel weekend forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy today with a high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny, high in the mid-90s. Right now, 68 at Randolph Air Force Base, 68 in Leon Valley. It is clear, and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news every weekday morning at this time. We check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Mike, coming to San Antonio on October 24th, where we will have OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. And Mike, in studio special guest, your buddy Randy Beamer.
Just in time for OpelkaCon. By the way, congratulations. If you have something con after your name, you've made it. You're kind of a big deal. I understand you had you noticed some, shall we say, some soaring rhetoric about America from former President Trump. Is that right?
That's right, Randy. We're starting to see in the last few weeks of the campaign where the message is going. And it feels like Mr. Trump is turning the attack jets down just a little bit to maybe elevate the rhetoric, although he did have some interesting things to say about Liz Cheney yesterday, as she did about him. But I think you're seeing a new Donald Trump that will culminate Saturday at the Butler, PA rally when he goes back to the scene of the attempted assassination. And I think he's going to seek the higher ground on this one.
And Mike, Helene, now the deadliest hurricane since Katrina. Do you get the sense that enough is being done in recovery efforts? And, there's a lot of concern. Does FEMA have enough money until this hurricane season ends?
Well, Charity, 3 months ago, Alejandro Mayorkas told us that FEMA was ready and they were set to go for hurricane season. And then to tell us that they don't have the money is kind of an insult to the American people, especially when you look at the billions and billions. Just this year, we funneled to places like Ukraine, over $24 billion there. So who are we taking care of? The American people who paid for all that money going there? And we're hearing some pretty nasty stories about how this is being handled, how FEMA is reportedly telling people they can't dump their trash using commercial trash haulers in the landfills, or that they can't go help their neighbors. That's disturbing if true. And the numbers of videos are starting to make me think that those stories could be true, sadly.
Mike, horrible story about Garth Brooks in the news this morning, accused of rape by he and his wife's hair and makeup person. I pray to God this is proved false, but just an ugly moment for a guy who is beloved, as I told Charity, not just by country music fans. I think most of America loves Garth Brooks.
Yeah, Garth Brooks has such a spotless reputation. I got to admit, when I saw this headline pop yesterday, I was like, wait a minute. We have never heard anything bad about this guy. So, everyone is innocent until proven guilty, unless your name is Trump. But let's let this go through the court system first. But what a shocker this would be if true.
Now, you cast such a wide net in what you've noticed. I understand that you noticed Will Smith's, how his, can I say farts on the radio? I can't.
Yes,
Say gas.
why not?
Gas cleared a movie set for 3 hours, and that there is a doctor's explanation for this. Is that right, Mike?
Well, yeah. I don't know about what you're going to be ordering at La Hacienda, Randy, when you
ouch.
But your diet has an effect on what the end product is. And apparently in 1997, why is this story out now? Why is the director telling this story? I don't know. But one can only wonder what the cost of clearing a movie set for 3 hours, because one gas expulsion was so toxic, so noxious, that they had to get everybody out of the room. It's crazy. And you have to wonder, if Will Smith has this power, why didn't he use it on Chris Rock?
And Mike, there's been some scandalous headlines involving second gentleman Doug Emhoff, and it doesn't seem to be really generating a whole lot of interest. Why do you think that is?
Well, because the Democrats control the mainstream media. Charity, it's 80% positive for the Biden-Harris administration, 85% negative for Trump. If the tables were turned, and even Chris Cuomo said this, if this had been a Trump story, it would be wall to wall, but it's not. It's basically being buried, even though we have a couple of incidents. 3 people have stepped up and said the alleged victim reported it to them contemporaneously. And we have the history of the nanny who was paid $80,000 and signed an NDA after Doug Emhoff impregnated her years ago as well. So it's obviously media bias that's killing all the story.
You can get more Mike Opelka from his Pure Opelka podcast. Get it wherever you get your podcast. We recommend the free iHeartRadio app. Another episode will drop this morning. You don't want to miss it. Mike, brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Coming up at 7:40, national correspondent Jason Capadonia with the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. WOAI News Time, 7:26.
7:32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the port worker strike ends for now, and Texas sues TikTok. We'll have more first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low near 72. Right now, 70 degrees. The dock worker strike against ports along the eastern Gulf Coast are over for now. Fox's Jill Nato has more.
President Biden welcomed the news that the strike by about 45,000 longshoremen's been suspended.
Dock workers are going back to work, and the next 90 days we're going to settle everything.
The union and the U.S. Maritime Alliance now have until January 15th to negotiate a new contract. Sources are saying that the ports and shipping companies are offering a 62% wage increase over 6 years. But for that, the union has to agree to efficiency gains. The union's been demanding a complete ban on the use of automation at the ports, which they see as a threat to their jobs. The 3-day strike impacted 36 ports stretching from Maine to Texas. Jill Nato, Fox News.
And former President Trump spoke with Fox News in Saginaw, Michigan, where he expressed empathy for the union workers, pointing blame at one person.
They've been treated badly by Biden because of inflation. I mean, they caused inflation and it killed them. You know, it looks like they're asking for a lot, but they're really not asking for a lot because when you look at inflation, they end up being a net negative.
Meantime, VP Kamala Harris delivered remarks at a campaign event in Ripon, Wisconsin, and she was joined by former Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who detailed her career with the GOP, defining herself as a Ronald Reagan conservative.
I tell you, I have never voted for a Democrat. But this year, I am proudly casting my vote for Vice President Kamala Harris.
As the election nears, Harris maintains an edge ahead of Trump with a more than 2-point lead in the Real Clear Politics poll average. North Carolina continues its recovery after Helene slammed into the state last week. Here's Fox's Steve Harrigan.
It will be hard to recover from 10-foot-high floodwaters that covered what's left of the town in mud. Fresh water and power are in limited supply, and cell service almost non-existent. For some areas, so too is any sign of help. President Biden was back on the ground in hard-hit communities in Florida and Georgia, again promising to foot the recovery bill for several months, following the deadliest hurricane to hit the U.S. since Katrina.
And House Speaker Mike Johnson spoke in Florida yesterday, promising Congress would act, but said FEMA has enough money. At least 220 have died from Helene. There are now 18 million registered voters in Texas, the highest number ever. SMU political scientist Cal Jilson says Hispanics who used to register at low rates are now signing up in much bigger numbers, but still.
Texas for decades was either the lowest voting state or one of the bottom 5. In the last several election cycles, that has crept up to like bottom 10 now, but no longer worst in the nation.
The biggest registration gains have been in the Democratic stronghold of Harris County and along the I-35 corridor, which now leans blue. Jilson says the reason Republicans keep winning is they dominate the external suburbs and in rural areas. The Firefighters Union in San Antonio is warning its members about a transnational crime gang. Eric Lycum has details.
San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association President Joe Jones sent an email to his nearly 1,800 members yesterday informing them that the notorious Venezuelan crime gang Tren de Aragua is actively operating on the city's north side and involved in their international crime operations. Jones said that first responders need to watch their six, keep their eyes open and their heads on a swivel for the gang who could mistake the firefighters' uniforms for those of police uniforms and do violence to them. The gang has concentrated presence near the Migrant Resource Center, and police operations are ongoing around there. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, Texas is suing TikTok over the handling of children's data. Yesterday, Texas AG Ken Paxton filed a lawsuit saying TikTok violated the state's parental consent laws. He claimed TikTok failed to comply with the Texas Scope Act, which requires social media companies to take steps to protect kids online and prohibits them from selling any child's personal data without parental permission. The lawsuit seeks civil penalties of up to $10,000 per violation. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business as we have the details of that September jobs report. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, Randy Beamer joins us in studio. And right now, let's get the latest on the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. We're joined by national correspondent Jason Campadonia.
And Jason, we are hearing so much about the numbers now, increasing the numbers who are killed by this, but also we're seeing the pictures out of the very remote areas, say out in western North Carolina. It is harder than people realize to get even into those places, to even start helping out in at least some of those very remote that are now very remote places, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely correct. So death toll right now is at 215 people in the southeastern part of the United States. But when you look at North Carolina, I think just under 100 of that 215 were killed there. And you're right. It's still too dangerous to get some of the search and rescue crews in some of the more remote areas of the Appalachian Mountains in North Carolina. And you can't get a big rig up these mountain roads to bring containers full of fresh water and food, or a big rig carrying bulldozers and excavators. Can't get it in there. They're relying heavily on small aircraft like helicopters. We know that NASCAR driver Greg Biffle is using his personal helicopter to drop off food and water to people in the Appalachian Mountains. And one thing that has popped up that people weren't really thinking about a week ago when it hit was when the water saturated the ground, yellow jackets live in the ground.
Ooh.
So swarms of yellow jackets are now plaguing the area. So when you're out there trying to fix your home or get the mud and debris out of your living room, now you got to deal with a swarm of yellow jackets.
Wow.
So it's just another hit.
And Jason, we know President Biden surveyed the impacted areas. How is the federal government stepping up to help those affected and get these communities cleaned up?
So Biden says that it's going to take billions and billions of dollars, but right now we know that FEMA is going to help pay the bill for 100% of food and shelter for the next 6 months. People can be reimbursed. And people are going to get checks for $750 in the affected area. Do with that what you will. So they're doing, and Biden has said we're doing the best we can with what we got at the moment. That is the last word from the White House at the moment.
And when you say White House and Trump has been there, this has been politicized, at least, in a number of stories, and by Trump criticizing Biden and the administration. What is the sense from people there on the ground? Are they even plugged into that? Are they tired of that kind of thing right now?
Well, of course, if you're there and you're in your family home that's been in, the family for a generation or so, and everything is gone, everything is wiped out, and you're looking around going, where's the help? Where's the aid? Where's the federal government that says that they're here to protect me? Where is everybody? We sent 1,000 troops down on the ground, and lawmakers in the area are going, hey, it's been a week and we only get 1,000 guys. We need tens of thousands of people here to help, and we're not getting it. So I can put myself in that position, and I'm very empathetic to that. It's like we need to do something more than what we're doing. That's the common theme that's running through people who are affected by this hurricane.
And Jason, when you think about the far-reaching impact Helene had, and you can't help but worry about what's next as the Atlantic hurricane season continues. These hurricanes are rapidly intensifying, and we're seeing them happen more often.
That's right. And it's a relentless, blow to the area. And let's not mention the hurricane that's growing in the Atlantic right now. Let's try not to go there, but people are really just bracing for the worst. And that's really all they can do at the moment. People in shelters are being told that, they may have to be there for the next several weeks. And I can't imagine a life like that. So it's very hard. It's very dire right now for people who are severely affected by this hurricane. And yeah, it's, buckle up. Here we go again.
God help us if there's another major hurricane hitting the Gulf of Mexico. Our thanks to national correspondent Jason Campadonia. More with Randy Beamer in studio. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time 746. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, we've been asking our listeners all morning what are their must-do, go-to activities in the fall. We're going to ask Randy Beamer that question coming up as well. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Kamala Harris picks up the endorsement of Liz Cheney, a staunch opponent of former President Trump. Officials say the death toll from Hurricane Helene has surpassed the 200 mark, and that number will likely rise. And Texas is suing TikTok for violating the state's parental consent laws. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel weekend forecast. It'll be nice. Sunny to partly cloudy today, high in the mid 90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high in the low 90s. Sunday, mostly sunny, high in the mid 90s once again. Right now, 69 at Fort Sam Houston, 64 at the Buc-ee's in Luling. It is clear, and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. San Antonio's first news. Randy Beamer in studio, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris, EJ and Andrew, spinning the tunes. Eye of the Tiger, Randy Beamer. Andrew found a list or a study, scientific study on songs that make you happy.
Scientific.
Apparently, Eye of the Tiger. Was that Rocky 3, Eye of the Tiger? I forget. One of the Rockies. Do you get jacked up when you hear Eye of the Tiger?
Yeah, I guess. I had a friend who was really hardcore into Rocky and would play all the Rocky music to the point where it's like, okay, go eat a raw egg and I'm done. But I can see Charity getting really stoked, with the raw eggs and running up and down the steps in Philadelphia. Adrian, you're a big Rocky fan?
I think the first one, I think I checked out after maybe the second one. But to answer your question, Chris, Eye of the Tiger was from Rocky 3.
Well, and see, you shouldn't have checked out after the second one because I think Rocky 3 had Clubber Lang as played by Mr. T.
Right.
Which was a fight. How did he
the
not?
Other Mr. T.
And no Oscar. No, yeah, not Tim Merriman. No Oscar nomination for Mr. T in Rocky 3. I was disgusted.
I think I missed that. Or the synapses aren't firing and remembering
it was
that one.
It was special.
But how did these kids know that? We talk about the boards in the booth. There is Andrew and EJ, who are both somewhere deep below 30 years of age.
They're
how
mid to low 20s.
Remember
Yeah.
any of that?
Good man.
So these are the millennial guys sitting on their couches, worried about whether they're going to have enough to live on. Or not millennial. Are you Gen Z?
Gen Z. They're Gen Zers, I
wow.
believe.
She's saying, oh, yeah, they're definitely Gen
They
Z.
mock millennials.
So,
there you go.
Wait a minute. Gen Z people are relating to people who live in a slum? Is that... That's kind of sad. But that's why we're into the happy music today.
Yes, we're happy. All right, Randy, we asked Charity what is her go-to activity in the fall. Charity goes to pumpkin patches. She goes to outdoor October-ish activities.
Quilting bees.
Yes. For me, it's football and beer. I'm a really sophisticated guy.
Beer.
Yeah. Randy Beamer, this is the first weekend of October. What are some of the Randy Beamer must-do autumn activities?
Football.
Yes.
Football. And kids in college who are into football. I went to LSU, Death Valley a couple of weeks ago, last week, to see my son. I was going to go to Texas Tech this weekend, but my daughter is actually coming here. So
Nice.
And I'm getting more and more into football, deep into my old age now, and knowing a little bit more about it too.
It's fun.
And it's, because these kids, like these Gen Z kids, will let you know about the stuff that you lived through but forgot. So that's why I like spending time with my kids. They remind me. Charity, are yours to that age yet where they remind you what you forgot?
Oh, absolutely. I live vicariously through them on a daily basis and rediscover my childhood. And I get really into the holidays. I think that's why I appreciate fall, because it opens the door to all these new activities, that the pumpkin patches, the fall festivals, the corn mazes, the things that just bring a smile to their face. And, I usually don't make weekend plans to take a hayride, but because I have kids, I'm all for it. So
That's one more thing I remember. Homecoming. Did you get the mom?
Oh, yes.
I got a really sharp-looking tan three-piece corduroy suit for homecoming, and the mom and the embarrassing photos from homecoming. You guys, Chris, do you have the embarrassing photos?
I have very embarrassing photos, and we would rent tuxedos from Al's Formal Wear. It was the 70s, so these like powder blue, big collar, big velvet blue bow tie tuxedos.
Was that what tuxedos for homecoming or prom?
Homecoming, and then there would usually be like a prom or a dance of some kind associated with it.
Yeah, we had homecoming. Charity, did you do like the the fall colored dress with the guy in the bad suit?
Yeah, I think we would try to match colors or like the corsage. I remember the mom being a big deal and a lot of pressure.
The mom or the mom?
The mom. The bigger the mom, the bigger the symbol of love, I guess.
Size matters.
It does. Moms, diamonds, the list goes on, Randy.
As the boyfriend, it was the mom that mattered. That you either tried to make nice to, suck up to, or avoid.
Once you could fool the mom, then you had it made as a boyfriend.
Would you like to flash back to your homecoming there at this high school?
I think we're out of time, Randy. I think it's time to take a break. Charity McCurdy has all the big stories you need to know about at the top of the hour. More coming up with Randy Beamer in the entire 8 o'clock hour. Fasten your seatbelts. It could be a bumpy ride. WOAI News Time, 7:58.
8 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. It is Friday. Good morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Kamala Harris picks up a new endorsement in a major drug bust on the South Side. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather channel forecast for this Friday. It is an air quality alert day. Sunny, a high near 95. Tonight's low 72. Get a move on. It is 70 degrees. On a campaign stop in Wisconsin, Vice President Kamala Harris was supported by a prominent member of the Republican Party. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Vice President Kamala Harris went to Ripon, Wisconsin, birthplace of the GOP, to say it's time to unite.
Together, I know we can chart a new way forward, not as members of any one party, but as Americans.
And to practice that promise, the vice president welcomed former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who gave her endorsement and an inspiring compliment.
She will be a president who can inspire all of our children, and if I might say so, especially our little girls.
The appearance was Cheney's first in person with the Democratic nominee. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Speaking to Fox News in Michigan, where he held a rally, former President Trump slammed Liz Cheney.
Liz Cheney is a stupid war hawk. All she wants to do is shoot missiles at people.
Trump also spoke about the port strike, which threatened to cripple the U.S. economy.
They work hard. They don't want to lose their jobs to machinery and equipment and other things. And by the way, I know a lot of places where they've gone totally hog wild, got rid of almost everybody. And we're talking about around the world. They don't work so well because you can't talk to a machine.
The dock workers began a strike early Tuesday, but yesterday reached a deal with ports to suspend the strike until January 15th, granting more time for contract negotiations. Congress might not consider a supplemental funding bill for Hurricane Helene relief until after the November election. Here's Fox's Jill Nato.
Speaker Mike Johnson was touring parts of Florida hit hard by Helene on Thursday when he was asked when Congress may come up with more funding to help storm victims.
A week ago, Congress appropriated $20 billion to FEMA to cover the immediate aftermath of the storm.
He also said it's going to take time for states to tabulate how much money they need from the feds. Meantime, as President Biden toured storm damage in Georgia, he asked lawmakers to keep politics out of relief efforts.
No Democrats or Republicans out here. It's what we do to make sure we restore the economy. Only Americans are here.
The Homeland Security Secretaries warned FEMA won't have enough money to get through this hurricane season. Jill Nato, Fox News.
The local firefighters union is warning its members to keep their eyes open for a Venezuelan crime gang operating on the north side. President Joe Jones, the San Antonio Professional Firefighters Association, sent an email to the organization's membership of nearly 1,800 firefighters and paramedics. Jones confirmed he was referring to Tren de Aragua, a Venezuelan gang with international operations. He said firefighters' uniforms may cause them to be mistaken for police. A man and woman are behind bars in Bexar County and will face federal charges after a multi-million-dollar drug bust on the south side during a traffic stop. Sheriff Javier Salazar says his gang unit deputies pulled a vehicle over yesterday afternoon.
During the course of that traffic stop, about 2 kilos of methamphetamine were found in the car.
And that led to a search warrant on a house where they discovered another 30 kilos of meth and a kilo of cocaine, all worth over $2.5 million plus $20,000 in cash. Salazar says 2 people will be turned over to federal authorities where they will face multiple charges. Texas AG Kim Paxton has sued TikTok. Rex Oates explains.
Paxton is accusing the social media giant of sharing minors' personal data, which he says is violation of the state's parental consent law. He says Texas law requires social media companies to take steps to protect kids online, and those laws provide parents with the tools to do the same. Under the Securing Children Online Through Parental Empowerment Act, or SCOPE, digital platforms such as TikTok are prohibited from sharing, disclosing, or selling any personal information of a minor without a parent's permission. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Country music legend Garth Brooks is accused of raping a hair and makeup artist. The woman identifies herself only as Jane Roe and claims Brooks attacked her in 2019 in an LA hotel. Brooks filed a previous lawsuit anonymously in an effort to stop the woman from publicly repeating the allegations, which he has denied. Brooks's lawsuit claims the woman made the allegations after he denied her request for salaried employment and medical benefits. It is 8:06. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, big 8 o'clock hour, as it is a Friday with Beamer, Randy Beamer, joining us in studio. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T on vacation. He will be back next week. EJ Pacheco, Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, making the show go. More with Randy in a moment, but first let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together. Weather Channel weekend forecast. Sunny to partly cloudy today, high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow, high in the low 90s. Then Sunday back to the mid-90s with mostly sunny skies. Right now, 66 in Bernie, 67 in Von Army, 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. written about Christy Brinkley, I do believe.
It was. And Andrew Zimmel says this is one of the songs scientifically that makes you happy. Apparently, is this true because of Christy Brinkley?
I think if I were Billy Joel in 1988 and married to Christy Brinkley, I'd be happy, Charity. Would you be happy if you were married to Billy Joel?
Look at her face.
I'm talking about classic Billy Joel, not current Billy Joel. I'm talking 52nd Street, wearing the blue jeans and the sneakers and the jacket. I mean, did you know, who was it? He left a supermodel for Christy Brinkley. I'm forgetting which one it was right now.
I did that.
I think it was Elle Macpherson. So he's with Elle Macpherson, and he goes, you know what, Elle, I think I'm going to dump you for supermodel Christy Brinkley.
And Charity, you seem to be really relating to this in a big way. This makes you happy?
I love the song. I can't help but move when I hear it. It's a great song. It was a great video back in the 80s, iconic. But as far as Billy Joel and a potential match, I would feel like a big friendly giant standing next to him. So I would have to pass. Yeah.
Oh, is that a short man
No,
slur?
that's a tall girl problems comment.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
speaking of which, and I feel for him, Chris Christopherson, late great Chris Christopherson. I sound like Trump, but late great him. Anyway, I met Chris Christopherson. I interviewed him in Boulder years and years ago, and he is not a very tall man. And so you would look down on him askance with condescension and ridicule in your heart. Is that right? Just because of a stature issue?
I don't even understand where you're going, Beamer.
And see, I'm worried about this, Randy, because Billy Joel's coming to San Antonio October 25th to the Alamo Dome with Sting. I've got tickets.
Oh my goodness.
Billy Joel and Sting at the Alamo Dome. And Charity's gone down this road before with Christopher Cross, suggesting perhaps that Christopher Cross maybe not the best looking man in the history of music.
And also,
and now he doesn't. Christopher Cross doesn't even come to his own hometown anymore to perform
because
Gene listens to the show, and
I want to know more
Charity's,
about her big girl syndrome. What is it?
Tall girl, Beamer. Tall girl.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Tall.
Can we edit?
Have you been told lately? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I don't mean. Well, anyway. So, you're not one of those people that thought you were too tall in school, and so you slumped.
I've always had a posture problem. So
My
that might be
daughters,
behind
my
it.
oldest daughters are like that because they thought they were too. And I think that's a kind of body dysmorphia. Tall girl. Emphasize
dysmorphia.
Tall
That's an SAT
girl
word.
Thing. Who made you this insecure about your body? This is sad. People are listening out there right
I
now.
pointed out something specific, Beamer. It was my
No,
height.
I
You're
just-
like turning it into a full body issue. This is like, am I in therapy right now? What's going
Well,
on?
It is because
Okay.
I've never heard someone admit tall girl syndrome before, and I want to know more about it.
You
As a
know,
reporter,
I like to wear heels, but then I find myself, second guessing that wardrobe decision because I don't want to be towering.
Well,
It's just,
if I may ask, how
Uh-huh.
towering are we talking about?
well, I think I'm starting to shrink now. I'm approaching middle age, but I registered like 5'8" at one point.
So in heels, you were
Oh, yeah.
5'11".
Probably,
Right?
yeah.
No. This is like my daughters who tower over a mother or two, and that I think is an issue as the mothers and grandmothers get older. That the daughters feel bad, but you shouldn't. I just think as a father, this is horrible, and I should have been a better father to raise you. We didn't raise you like this, Charity. You should feel good about yourself and everybody out there.
But I'm curious. All right, you married Brett, who is a tall guy. I mean,
Yes.
I've met Brett in person. He's a tall dude. So a shorter guy than you in high school or college, and even single life pre-Brett, was he out of the running just because?
No, I've dated guys that
Okay.
were shorter than I am, and it worked out for a while. But I think subconsciously, I think that's always been there. And other than Brett just being a wonderful human being, and he makes me laugh, that's really important. And he's an intelligent guy, but down that list was the fact that he was 6'3", and I was like, oh my goodness, yes, I'm looking up at you, not down. That's nice, and it kind of removes a little bit of my insecurity.
Well,
there,
is it
I
more
admitted it.
insecurity, or maybe you're feeling a little bit superior to these guys that you're looking down on figuratively,
Oh no,
as well as literally?
No.
This has turned into therapy.
I
hasn't
like
it?
this.
I'm sorry.
The doctor is in therapy with Dr. Beamer.
I wish everybody could watch this on YouTube, because we're seeing the brightest red face on Charity.
It is a
It
Red
only
Friday.
comes out when Beamer's here.
It is a Red Friday.
Sorry, but we're you just go ahead and let it out. Talk
Okay.
about this.
All right.
More coming up with Dr. Beamer. If you have some issues, you want to call in and can get the help of Dr. Randy Beamer. He's here to help.
Doctor's in.
The doctor is in. Lots more coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:16. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then more therapy with Dr. Randy Beamer. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
A Republican throws her support behind VP Kamala Harris. The dock worker strike is on hold until next year, and the local firefighters union issues a warning about a Venezuelan crime gang. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel weekend forecast going to be nice. Sunny to partly cloudy today, high in the mid-90s. Overnight lows throughout the weekend in the low 70s. Partly cloudy tomorrow with a high in the low 90s. Then back to the mid-90s again on Sunday with mostly sunny skies. Right now, it is 60 in Kerrville, 66 in China Grove, clear and 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Randy Beamer always brings good vibrations. San Antonio's first news.
Charity just shook her head. I'm sorry.
I'm still recovering, Beamer.
2 weeks in a row. Last week, Charity asked Randy just a political question about polling that Randy took the wrong way.
I don't think we should go back.
We won't go back there. And then the last segment, if you missed it, it's on YouTube and it will be streaming. Again, though, we do want to mention this. Congratulations to Randy Beamer and everybody at KLRN Public Television. Randy's documentary about the late, great Jesse Trevino has received a Lone Star Emmy Award nomination. And you mentioned, Randy, we should know in November if you and the documentary and KLRN win the Emmy Award.
Yes, we should. And they also are nominated, some of the people at KLRN, for a couple of other projects. So I want to congratulate them. And Sherry and Lee and Christina and Arthur, and I'm missing some names. We had great people at KLRN.
You mentioned, I'll go here real quick because I think it's a cool story. Arthur Emerson, like the big dog boss man at KLRN, he was originally a cameraman 30, 40 years ago.
40 plus 50 years ago at Ken's.
At Ken's, and he also was a cameraman at KLRN doing the auction, the KLRN
yes, he's
auction.
Done everything.
Is that
and
cool?
I worked with him when I was at Ken's in the 80s, and he was like the top dog sales guy above everybody else. And then he helped start Telemundo here and across the country. He had an office in the Tribune building in Chicago.
My goodness.
And anyway, he knows where all the bodies are buried. So if you want to know anything about syndromes or insecurities of media personalities, talk to Arthur Emerson.
Yes.
Good to know. Good to know.
I won't go back to that. I am looking up, though, was being a tall girl considered a medical condition, and what were they perceived as? And there was one study that says they were perceived as being more intelligent and more assertive.
Ooh, I'll
very
take
nice.
that.
Did you feel yourself stereotyped?
I think that would be Charity. Charity is highly intelligent and highly assertive. I would say that applies.
You know, I guess it's all in the eye of the beholder. I don't know. I just wrestle with it, and as I'm getting older, I don't really care as much. There is that. You know, you kind of stop worrying about what other people think, and you just accept things for the way they are. So that's the beauty of aging. That's the privilege.
That's right. You're
of
good
aging.
enough. You're strong enough.
And gosh darn it, people like me.
You, Al Franken. But I'm also confused why people who are 5'8", women who are 5'8", think they're exceptionally tall.
I guess I don't know what the average height is in
that's-
San Antonio, but I feel like I tower over a lot of my friends, and maybe it's because the platforms I'm wearing, the wedge, shoes, but even just in sneakers and flats, I feel that way. But again, it's not a big deal. It's kind of being made into a bigger deal than it is because of how this conversation has gone.
Did you just take a shot at San Antonio in general?
That we have short people here?
The men here are exceptionally short.
I said men and women, really specifically women. I don't know what the average
So men
height
and women
is.
in San Antonio are shorter than Andrew. What do you got?
Oh,
really?
Wow.
I would have
That's
thought
shocking.
5'5".
5'5", yeah.
Average men height?
Well, yeah, Andrew, see if you can find out the average height for a man in San
Oh,
Antonio.
he just happened to know that off the top of his head. He's done a lot of research.
Ooh.
5'9".
Is that tall enough for you, Charity?
It is, but I prefer 6'3". So thank you to my
God.
husband,
6'3" and named Brett.
Yes,
would,
with one
ideally.
T. With one T.
Seems very shallow what she's into, but I'm just... just
Do you have a preference, Beamer, when it comes to the height of your women? Let's ask you that.
Wow. The tables have turned.
I've really run the gamut on that, but I look for their soul.
Oh, that's the right answer.
That they look down on me appropriately because they have an infinitely better soul than I do.
And the eyes are the window to the soul, or so I'm told.
There's something in the room that's wafting through here. Is there some kind of hallucinogen?
Hey, it's Friday. We've been known to have mind-altering substances after work I'm talking about beer after work on a Friday.
Do you need that? Is that something you feel you need, Chris?
We don't need it, but after a long work week, sometimes you unwind a little bit.
Because you don't need anything to make you any better, Chris. You're good just as you are.
I'm going to work on that, Randy. I'm going to work on that over the weekend and try to be a better version of me on
Charity
Monday.
just hurt herself, shaking her head and rolling her eyes at the same time.
No, this is the pump up.
I'm turning
talk
you into TV people.
we
because
need.
I want to see you more on YouTube and TV.
Yes,
watch this shit.
we're going to work on that. And we're on YouTube right now, by the way. You can get 30 more minutes of Randy Beamer and Charity.
That's
we
a
call
threat.
it a double eye candy Friday on
gosh.
YouTube at 1200 WOAI. Joe Pags is going to give us a preview of the Joe Pags Show. Charity with all the stories you need to know about at the bottom of the hour, and more with Randy Beamer coming up. WOAI News Time 827. Just to say hello to the people, because I feel a lot of these conversations have
We had gone off the rails.
Yeah,
I'm
well, we
sorry.
had somebody walk in, a salesperson saying this is off the record. So, I feel bad for the YouTube audience that I have kept the mics off. Randy, any message for SWAT cats? Jacob, Tim, Eric, who else is in here?
And a lot of people in
Yeah,
here.
lots of people in here.
I hope they're enjoying watching Charity. That's what I miss being, calling in. You can't see Charity just condescending toward everyone. No, I'm kidding. It's like the little sister I never had.
Yes.
Or the older sister, the bigger sister that I should not say, the taller
Yes.
sister. But don't you think that's odd that at 5'8"? Sorry.
Well, I get it because in San Antonio, the average height is a little shorter.
I don't
So,
think
the
5'7's the average for women if they went south of Highway
That's a
90.
That's a shocking number. I would have.
You got to think, right? 'Cause the mixed bag of cultures.
Yeah.
You have the 5, and then you have the 5'10. So 5'7" kind of does make a little sense, in between. And for men, I think it was 5'7" and 5'9". So men were 5'9", women were 5'7". So 2-inch difference on average. That kind of makes sense.
But women at 5'7", I would have thought if you would have told me 5'4", I would have believed it, or 5'3", I would have believed it. So,
It's like if you get off the plane in Minneapolis, you notice tall Nordic people, and it's regional.
Yeah.
And how tall are you?
I am 6'1" on my driver's license. So any of the single ladies out there.
Andrew Zimmel is available, ladies. He's single and gainfully employed.
The soul thing is so funny. I'm looking because I'm working here taking notes. Kids in the booth are taking notes.
Oh yeah.
The charisma of Randy Beamer. How do we get
And
that?
the success with women that he has. Oh wait, not success. That's not the word.
Hey man.
No, I think you shouldn't take notes on that.
You don't think so?
I think
the start is good. I don't know where we finish though. That's the problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
I never have gone past the start.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to play. I got to play Joe Pags on my phone just to see what he says because I haven't figured out the intro.
Yeah.
To what he's talking about yet.
No,
Well,
on your
you don't get to be a polar pop without having some sort of success, right?
early on, yes.
See, look at that.
And I wouldn't change a thing
Yeah,
because
see.
of the kids. But
Exactly.
I don't know in terms of, see, that's the tough thing about being a dad is you want to be the role model for them also of what not to do and to be very open about what you should and should not do to emulate
Interesting.
daddy, because you want the next generation to do better than you in all
See,
ways.
What's funny is I'm on these dating apps and I see like the different prompts and everything else like that. And I think, dude, my dad would kill it in this generation.
Maybe that's what did you?
See,
We did a story
dating apps,
earlier in the
I don't
week. the most
Texas, most used dating app.
the most used dating app in Texas is Ashley Madison, and not these other apps
I
that.
didn't even know what Ashley Madison was until Ashley Sutton told me what it was.
Wow.
That's Ashley Madison's the one where
Is
they
the
cheaters?
infidel? It's the cheaters app. Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
That's
So that's what we discussed. That potentially is the reason I can't get a ring.
Okay,
It's because I'm not ring
FEMA.
chasing. Does that make sense?
I guess. I don't know. My kids at various times have used, a couple of them have used dating apps.
Yeah, they're awful. The trenches are.
I don't
real
know
thick.
how that's done.
Well, do you want me to show you how? You want to make it an account?
Well, no, I mean, in general, no, hell no. But I don't know. In your era, it was either work or a bar.
Or the produce area in a grocery store.
By the way,
That's what I was always told. It never worked for me, but
I never did that. It was just work or a bar. My brother met his wife at a bar listening to Head East back in the day. And his wife went to the same school and they got together and that was a bar.
They used to always say remotes were like the way that DJs and like dudes would like meet women. Oh, you do a remote at a bar or whatever. We don't do remotes anymore. So they're really cutting off.
Now his though, and we're on. So I don't think I'm crossing the line.
Story.
Well, no, you were DJing at a group of what?
At an au pair. It was
An au pair,
night.
a gathering of au pairs from around the area.
8:32
And there were
is
only
our time.
there were all these young women and
It is
only two
Friday.
guys,
Good
and he was
morning.
one
I'm
of them.
Charity
And
McCurdy.
he
Among our top stories,
found
the worker
romance.
strike
Sounds
ends
like
for
South
now,
Park
and a
dream
chilling
segment.
warning
No,
among local
this
firefighters.
this
We'll have
he's
more
Dave
first
Beavis
traffic
Butthead. No, I'm
and
telling
weather.
you,
It's an amazing
every
story.
10 minutes.
Story. Yeah, no, so
mornings.
it's we'll tell it maybe a little off air. But yeah, no, it was
You
that's
should put your camera on.
that's the way to do
I
it.
know.
No, we're good. We're good. I could have taken the back camera and then either Chris
Imagine,
or I
if you
have to-
will, Andrew Zimmel,
the sultry.
6'6", 250.
Have the technology just for a moment.
There it is.
Oh, we could do
Look
mine.
at that.
Look at that.
You may be off the hook or not.
Here it is. It's funny. So when I'm in Austin,
Uh-huh.
they call me the six man, right? And I say I got that 6-man Mondo Ginobili hairline going too. You like that one, Chris?
But
So-
it's more mature.
Yeah, that's what they tell me.
That
Um,
and the glasses,
I give off the intellectual vibe.
studious,
Yeah.
intellectual.
Maybe that's my problem. Go to a library. Maybe that's where I'm not.
Well, now I have talked
Your
to
weather
people,
forecast for
including
this
maybe
Friday.
one
It
of
is
my
an air
kids,
quality
that
alert day,
felt like they
sunny,
had to
a
go to
high
a
near
bigger city
95. Tonight's low
to
near
meet like
72.
Austin. Not a
Right
bigger
now,
city,
70
but
degrees.
Just a hipper, younger city. Austin,
No.
Houston, is that a thing? Because San
The
Antonio,
port worker
they-
strike that
Gender of the
impacted
child that
36
you're
ports
speaking
from
of.
Maine
Is
to
it a man or
Texas has come
Well,
to an end
Okay,
for
no,
now.
that may be
Here's
the
Fox's
case. For
Madeline
men, I
Rivera.
know every time I go to
Members of
Austin, I go with my
International
friends who live
Longshoremen's
up there who are
Association are
single
back at work
You go on the dating
after a
apps,
days-long
ton
strike
of
that threatens to
women,
roil
but
supply
nobody
chains.
is dating.
The union
Nobody can
representing the
get
dock workers saying in a statement they
Because
and the
they
United
have
States
tall
Maritime
girl
Alliance
syndrome
have
and they
reached
look
a
down at
tentative
everybody
agreement on
who's-
wages
Look, see,
and
that's
have
one of
agreed to
the
extend
beauties
the
about-
master contract until
I'll tell you,
January 15,
I
2025
once
to
registered
return
at
to the
6
bargaining
foot, but
table
now I'm
to
down to
negotiate all
5'11".
other
I find that hard
outstanding
to believe.
issues. As part of
No,
the
no, no,
conditional
really, back
offer,
in the day,
ports
when I was
propose
a cross-country runner,
62%
I do
wage
have
hike
metal
over
knees
6
that
years. If a deal
They're
isn't
my
reached
third
within
and
90
fourth
days, though, the proposed increase
They
is
will.
off the
They literally
table.
take a
President
chunk
Biden
out of
praised the
your
union and the
knee,
tentative deal, saying that
your
collective
leg,
bargaining
spinal cord,
works.
All
And
right, so
former
6 foot.
President Trump spoke with
when
Fox
you
News
hit
in
that 6
Saginaw,
foot height,
Michigan,
you
where
can
he
decide if you
expressed
wanna date
empathy
up or
for the
date down.
union
You wanna date
workers,
somebody
pointing
that's shorter
blame
than
at
you or date
one
somebody that's
person.
taller than you?
They've been
You're in that
treated
kinda, like,
badly by
perfect height,
Biden because of
a
inflation.
girl who
They
is,
caused
let's say,
inflation.
6'1",
It
wears heels
killed them. You know,
6'3",
it looks like
they don't
they're
have a problem with that 'cause
asking
they've
for a
never
lot, but they're
dated
really
a
not
guy who
asking
was,
for a lot
like,
because when
6
you look
foot,
at inflation,
right?
they end up being
And
a
if
net
you
negative.
are
Meanwhile,
somebody who
Vice
wants to date
President
like
Kamala
smaller,
Harris
maybe you want a
delivered
girl
remarks at a
5'4",
campaign
5'5",
event in
5'6".
Ripon,
You can
Wisconsin.
do that
She was
too. 6
joined
foot
by
is like
former
perfect.
Wyoming GOP Congresswoman
Now,
Liz
you know.
Cheney, who detailed her career
But
with the
now with more
GOP,
people, I guess
defining herself as a
in my
Ronald
day in high
Reagan
school, they didn't wear
conservative.
the
I
big
tell you, I have never voted
the
for a
wedges and
Democrat.
stuff, and it was in the north, and there were
But
taller
this
girls,
year,
5'8",
I
5'9"
am
in high school. That wasn't a
proudly
big
casting
deal.
my vote for Vice
And
President
but
Kamala
my daughters,
Harris.
because in San Antonio,
And as the
especially,
election nears,
when they
Harris
were
maintains an edge ahead of
5'7",
Trump with more
5'8",
than
they
2-point
were
lead in a real
slumping.
clear
And my oldest
politics
daughter, my
polling
youngest
average.
daughter,
North
because she
Carolina
wears really big
continues
heels,
its
she would
recovery
tower
after
over
Helene slammed into the state
But
last
when she
week.
dated the
Here's Fox's
6'1",
Steve Harrigan.
6'2",
It will be hard to recover from 10-foot-high
Nordic,
floodwaters that covered what's
smart,
left of the town in
genius
mud.
soccer player,
Fresh water and power are in
striker.
limited supply,
That was like
and cell
her-
service
I think it was
almost
Dad's favorite,
non-existent.
too.
For some areas,
No, it
so
was
too
Mom's
is any
favorite.
sign of help. President
Ursula
Biden was
once
back on
called
the
this
ground in
guy-
hard-hit communities in Florida and Georgia, again
was very
promising to
creepy.
foot the recovery bill
But
for
now
several
he's in
months,
Austin,
following the
and
deadliest
it's a
hurricane to hit
sad
the
thing.
U.S.
Because
since
she is
Katrina.
The
at
death
Texas
toll from
Tech.
Helene has risen to at
She
least
hasn't found anybody.
220. Texas
Period.
Attorney General
She
Ken
dated this
Paxton
guy
has
for a year
filed
and a half
suit
in
against the
Alamo
social
Heights.
media
He's
giant TikTok.
got
The
a
complaint
scholarship
accuses the platform
to
of illegally
UT
selling the
in
private info
engineering.
of children
And
to
then
third-party vendors.
Yeah.
Accusations like
gonna-
that are
and that's one of
exactly
the
why
reasons she's
parent
coming
Robert
back to
Jones
San
has
Antonio
taken
this
his kids off
weekend. Isn't
TikTok.
just for
I don't like that at all. I don't even like my information being taken, so I let alone my own children. So no, don't like that.
Paxton suits
I'm
as the
just
kids that are
saying, but
protected
that
by
is
a
a-
privacy law are between
that is a
13
thing.
and
But isn't it
17
funny,
years
though,
old.
'cause I
The
did that to my
Firefighters
parents
Union in
last
San
week.
Antonio
Down
is
to you guys
warning
this
its
weekend,
members
and it's
about a
like, bye, Mom and Dad. Now I
transnational
got this
crime
other-
gang.
I have other
Eric
friends.
Lycom explains.
Yeah, we
San
know she's
Antonio
not coming back
Professional
for us.
Firefighters
Good to see
Association
friends.
President
That's
Joe
right.
Jones sent an
But
email to his nearly
I'm so-
1,800 members yesterday,
You don't
informing
even
them that the
consider
notorious
meeting
Venezuelan
people
crime
that
gang
you
Tren
know
de
are
Aragua is
It's not a
actively
fault.
operating
Oh,
on the
I would
city's
love
north
to meet
side
somebody in person.
and
I'd
involved
love
in
to
their
go out and
international
do a
crime
remote,
operations.
meet the love of
Jones
my
said that
life.
first responders need to
But
watch
talk
their
realism,
six, keep their
right?
eyes
This
open and their
morning
heads on a
show, I don't
swivel
think
for
we're
the
gonna
gang
change
who
it on the
could
road anytime
mistake
soon.
the firefighters' uniforms for
Opelka
those of police
yeah,
uniforms
October
and do
24th.
violence to them.
100%.
The gang has concentrated presence near the Migrant Resource
Anybody
Center.
listening on
Police
YouTube right
operations are
now,
ongoing around
Andrew
there.
will be there.
Eric Lycom, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is
Because
8:37.
you work in a small, it's like a small
Traffic and
office.
weather together in a minute,
yeah,
but
in
first, the
TV
check of your
news,
money
it
and
was
the
always
world of
photographers
business. We
with-
welcome in
yeah.
Ed Corey
Yeah,
live at the
reporters,
Bloomberg
100%.
News Desk.
So we don't have
interns,
it,
women.
You leave immediately after
You have
show.
the third floor. Have you seen the people going up to the third
I
floor?
have seen the third
It's a
floor.
lot of people on the third floor.
I have seen the third floor. I have tried to mingle. They are very much all business. They're very much all
See,
business.
this is hard for me also because as a
Which is fine.
reporter and photographer, I would always go out every day. You would go out and meet different people. You
That's
do a
true.
story or two or three and
Yeah.
whatever. And then in the newsroom, there would always be younger people. And then sometimes they would go out to bars. And bars, is that not a thing?
Well, again, I'm sober, so a bar I
Right,
could
that's true.
go to. I could go to, and I've had fun as a
Yeah.
sober person at a bar. But again, 3 a.m. wake up call. You know, maybe tonight I could go out on
Yeah.
a Friday, maybe a Saturday, but like on a weeknight, like if let's say EJ, because he's our party guy, if he hits me up on a Tuesday night and goes, "Hey, do you want to come out with us?" If I text
All right,
Chris
have a
at
great
2 a.m. and
weekend,
go, "Hey,
Ed.
just
News at the
rolled
top
in," he's
and
gonna say,
bottom
"Are
of
you
every hour,
insane?
along
What's
with
wrong
breaking news
Great
as it
show.
happens. I'm
Got
Charity
together
McCurdy.
a
Here's
bunch
traffic
of
and weather.
journalist types, and in the past, also that dance. I've done stories on the dance group here, Urban 15,
Yes.
and there was a running club. They have had
Yes.
several marriages as
Mhm.
well as divorces, but in each of those. But that's the kind of thing. Do you get involved in something like that?
That's true.
That's true. No, the
A
running
running club, if you were some kind of a
Fitness.
extracurricular thing you're into.
That's what my buddy just got out of a 4-year relationship. He joined a running club and has enjoyed it and he's had a good time like meeting different people. But then you have to do the ultimate sacrifice. I need to run. You know what I mean? Which you know what? If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. And I will get into running.
Or a book club or something.
Look, I can read. So
There
that's
you go.
another big check mark in the pro for Zimmel.
And a job.
And a job. He can read. He
Yeah.
washes himself. He has a job.
But aren't
I
you
mean,
giving a talk at a college sometime
I'm
soon? Didn't you
supposed
tell me
to,
that?
yes, I
That's
think-
possible. You're not
That-
that far out of college.
that's true.
It's a
Young
little
co-eds.
creepy.
He's like Mr. Professor.
Isn't that one of those where you could get a little Me Too moment because you?
So Randy's drawing the line there. Okay.
Okay,
that's fine.
Randy's probably the voice of reason there.
That's fair.
I'm just saying.
Keep me safe. That's good.
You were in a position of power over these young women, and you wanted them to.
Is he going to Reno to fire off PAGS? Is he ready for PAGS? Okay. I'm just checking.
Back with more Andrew in a moment.
Yes. ABBA Before we go to Joe Pags, Randy Beamer. By the way, Randy Beamer in studio, Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. ABBA, thumbs up, thumbs down, Randy Beamer. Do you like ABBA?
Yeah.
That's a meh.
It's just
That's a
kind of a meh. I always felt that was more of a like a tall girl band.
The girls were tall in ABBA.
Guys that I hung out with.
My wife Beth loves ABBA, and I have learned over the years to appreciate and love ABBA just like my wife
You are
does.
so well trained.
I'm just saying.
Charity, ABBA.
I do like some ABBA songs. They're very catchy. I think a lot of tall girls and big girls too, Beamer, like ABBA.
Ow!
Yeah.
Why? Let's
I
tell you what.
didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
We will pick this up on the other side of Joe Pags. Let's check in with Joe. Joe is keeping a close eye on FEMA in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Good morning, Joe. You too, Joe. Have a good morning. Joe Pags Show, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. today and every weekday right here on 1200 WOAI. Carrie Lake and Kirk Cameron. That's a pretty happening show right there for Joe Pags.
Yeah, he always has like the Republican Party heavyweights. He had Eric Trump on, I believe, earlier this week. So, yeah.
Very cool. So, Randy Beamer, what are the weekend plans for you?
Seeing the daughter, maybe shooting some video, maybe going out. At one point, I will have to go out again and do live Facebook. I hadn't done that. I was going to do that a couple of weeks ago. I've been gone a couple of weeks. Maybe do that to get out and talk with people about what's going on downtown, show people what's going on downtown, and to apologize to everyone individually for being so mean to to Charity McCurdy.
Stop. It's all in good fun.
I'm glad. I feel bad.
I think you were helping Charity. I really felt.
I feel there's a healing.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
There's been a break. Do you feel a breakthrough?
As far as having a bigger complex than I had before,
No.
sure.
See, you shouldn't have had a complex before. And as a parental figure, as an old man, I am now old enough that I can consider everyone of your age and younger. No, I don't know. Daughter figures? That sounds creepy.
Well, and see, Charity, what you missed and the people on YouTube saw and experienced during the break, Randy was helping young single man Andrew Zimmel. Andrew Zimmel is looking for love in all the wrong places. And Randy was saying...
Yeah, and I'm a great help with that.
Well, no, but
You are. You have a great track record.
Andrew's on these dating
Successful
apps.
matches.
Andrew's on these dating apps, and Randy said, have you thought maybe, a bar, a church,
really
a grocery store,
some kind of
real
group,
life, something
a dance
real?
group, a running group, a yoga group. Urban 15 here. I've done stories on them.
A yoga group. That is a very good idea, Andrew Zimmel. A yoga, because the ladies in yoga, that's.
And Cherry's looking like, you don't go to yoga to meet a guy.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, things could get steamy in that, hot yoga.
Hot yoga.
Yeah, there you go. There's that.
And you would, if you're a woman doing yoga, Randy, I would assume you see a man doing yoga, you go, hey, there is a spiritually enlightened, physically conscious man. Wouldn't those be selling points?
I have no idea about anything yoga.
I understand Sting does yoga and other tantric things. I understand. His wife, what is it? Sting's wife's name? I used to know this. Trudy Styler. I think Trudy Styler and Sting have had a very good relationship that has been yoga-based to some extent.
I don't know.
Just saying. Sting had a birthday this week. And did I mention Sting will be here with Billy Joel on October
Yes. And did
October
Charity ever
25th?
mention how she met her behemoth husband?
Yeah, how did you meet Jolly Green
Her
Giant
finally
Brett?
tall enough husband?
A blind date. It was set up by a good friend, and I knew what he looked like. I had seen a picture. He didn't know what I looked like. We pulled up in the parking lot at the same time. We both get out of the car, make eye contact, I smile. He immediately turns away and walks towards the front door. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, no chemistry. This is going to be horrible. And thank goodness for that pint of La Rubia at Freetail Brewery, because that helped kind of calm the nerves. And we had a great, fantastic time. At the end of the night, he asked me, what are you doing tomorrow?
Now, wait a minute. Now, you have a great reason why he got out of his car in the parking lot, made eye contact with you, and turned away. He had a great reason for that.
He later said, what am I going to, hit on the hot girl in the parking lot as I'm going on a blind date? That's not cool.
That's a great line.
Yeah, it really was.
And
He's
did
full
you
of
name your firstborn La Rubia?
No, I did not.
Cerveza?
I try to go a little more
Freetail?
high class than naming my kids after beer, Beamer.
Oh, you just insulted all of our listeners who named their child Corona.
I'm
Shiner.
so sorry for
Shiner.
the Stellas out there. Yeah.
Stella would be
That's
a
a
good
great name.
It's a great name. Shiner. All right, quick break. Final segment with Randy Beamer. We'll try to tie this all together and create some sort of meaning for this entire hour after headlines, traffic, and weather. WOAI News Time, 847. Our final moments with Randy Beamer coming right up. But first, Charity.
Final.
Not final just for today. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
Well, Helene is now the deadliest hurricane since Katrina. A couple's facing federal charges after a massive Southside drug bust, and the September jobs report beat expectations. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Weather Channel forecast. Going to be nice all weekend long. Highs going to be in the mid 90s. Overnight lows in the low 70s. Right now, 70 at News Radio 1200 WOAI. Some Queen to make you feel good. A happy song on a Friday with Randy Beamer. Randy, I'm getting a whole Dr. Phil vibe from you today. You're helping charity.
You just go ahead and tell me what it is that is going through your mind, Charity. I don't know who that was.
That sounds like, how's that working out for
Dr.
you?
Billy Bob.
Yeah. You're helping Andrew find love. I mean, it's I appreciate just.
Well, I apologize to Charity if I made her feel uncomfortable, but I think,
No.
Charity, you need to work through this syndrome that you had about feeling too tall.
I'm
not.
good. I'm good now.
You're perfect the way you are.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Sounds like a
Beamer.
Billy Joel song, and he's coming to the Alamo Dome October 25th.
Don't change it. Sorry, Bill Murray just walked in.
Yes. Final moments, Randy. Any thoughts for the people?
I want to say hi to Chris Duell, Tangi Patton, and some other people, and can't wait to have my daughter in town. You know, when you get old, you have that empty nest, and when you have a kid coming back for the weekend, that is the best feeling. So get out there and have a great weekend, even if you think you're too tall.
You mentioned Tangi Patton. She's celebrating an anniversary for Great Taste with Tangi, her TV show.
Yes.
We're going to have her on the show at some point next week.
Tell her hi.
I will.
I got to know, Beamer, October and all, do you have your pumpkin and are you going to carve it?
I don't. And yeah. Sure.
No, you're not planning on carving a pumpkin, clearly.
Are you
I
a
have in the
Halloween
past.
Scrooge?
No.
No.
I love Halloween.
Yes. Okay.
I do. I used to go trick-or-treating as a kid and had my kids go out trick-or-treating. It's good. I'm not one of those guys who, spends thousands of dollars on the stuff outside the house.
Okay.
Are you?
Not thousands, but I mean, I like to decorate and I got to carve the pumpkin. It's a
Are you
tradition.
into the really ghoulish, dead, gory, bloody stuff?
No, in fact, I have an aversion to scary, over-the-top animatronic Halloween decorations that scare my kids and traumatize them so much they know the house and they will not go near it.
Chris?
Anything Halloween. I'm Halloween party. Some of the costumes, Naughty Nurse is always a good costume at a Halloween party.
Took a turn.
I'm just saying.
We're going to.
You asked the question, Randy Beamer. I'm adulting Halloween, I think, is something. Yeah, because I don't have kids.
Chris,
so
we're going to talk about that.
I don't
next
have
week.
kids, Randy, so I'm about adult Halloween. It's what I'm about.
I'm shocked.
All right. Glenn Beck of the Glenn Beck Show joining us in just a few minutes. Charity McCurdy will regroup and have all the big stories you need to know about at the top of the hour. Randy Beamer, thank you. We
Have
always
a great
love
weekend. Thank you very much for putting up with me. I appreciate it. And I may be back next week.
He will be back.
If you allow it.
He will always be back. We love Randy Beamer. Andrew Zimmel, EJ Pacheco doing a great job as always. Right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute, WOAI News Time, 8:56. We still, yeah, so we can say goodbye to the people if we, no, we're still on.
Are we
Yeah.
on?
Yeah. Randy, any final word for the exclusive YouTube audience?
I want to thank you guys. Oh, also, I need to put on YouTube that we were talking about the Jesse Trevino thing. I need to put it on that. And they can go onto my Facebook page. I'm not one of those guys, hey, go to my Facebook page, but go to my Facebook page and you can watch a little bit of that documentary real quick. And then it has some more information. Also, the Gridiron Show.
Yes.
I should mention that. I want to congratulate everybody. It was an awesome event. They raised a lot of money.
Cool.
They had a great crowd. And you guys have to be in that next year because it's all media that spoofs leader type people in San Antonio. The mayor was there. We ripped him. We ripped everybody in city council, county commissioners, and in a bipartisan way. But it's all to raise money for charity. It's kind of a Saturday Night Live skit. Put it on your calendar for next year. See Chris and Charity and Mr. T, and I can see Charlie Parker.
Well, Charlie would love to be in the
no,
cast.
he wouldn't.
Yes.
He would hate that. But I think you would do that.
Absolutely.
You should do that next
Yes.
year. You should MC that.
But no, you are
No. The
There's
comedian.
only one MC of the Gridiron Show, and his name is Randy Beamer. But no, I'll go hang out. Is there a bar? Do they serve?
There is. In fact, after this, it's one of those things where Andrew Zimmel would meet people. He got
See,
into
and
it.
that will be our mission if he's still single a year from now.
Cool.
Yes. You rock. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody on YouTube. Thanks for being here. We will see you on Monday. All right.
Yeah, that's actually